Look, I just wanted one quiet cigarette in peace, but these damn monsters won't stop coming. How the hell did I even end up in this nightmare world? Turns out, a bored deity named Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒅 decided to create this realm called 𝒂𝒂𝒅. His only goal, watching everyone kill each other for his own twisted entertainment. But honestly, I think he's disappointed. In the last 10 minutes alone, he watched me cry because I couldn't get my lighter to work, right before an angry rabbit nearly took my head off. Even the other humans around here treat me like total garbage. In this kingdom, I'm treated like literal trash, but I've found a way to climb out of the gutter. The secret, it's all in the monsters. I have to butcher as many as possible. I can trade their eyes and teeth for points, which are worth way more than any gold coins in this place. But the real prize, the heart, inside those disgusting things is a core that literally boosts your stats when you eat it. And yeah, it's vile. It's like eating a burnt carriage wheel dipped in bitter medicine, and it's only a low-class core. But the power boost is permanent, so I just have to choke it down. I'll get stronger by devouring every single one of them. And then, I'm coming for the bastards who dumped me in this hellhole. I'll have my revenge on Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒅 himself. It'll be terrifying, but honestly, my stomach ulcers might actually be worse. I only know all this because I got lucky and found a teacher. Master 𝒂𝒎💏 is missing both his arms, so I'm the one who has to feed him and even light his smokes. I saved him from the woods a while back, and now he's teaching me the ropes. Basically, I'm just his personal, walking cigarette lighter now. Today, when I headed out to sell my loot, I saw Sir Leon. He's a legendary knight, a top-tier ranker in this world. He had these rare monster hearts hanging from his belt like trophies. Man, I was practically drooling thinking about eating those cores. Imagine the levels I'd gain. Imagine the points they'd be worth. I wonder, would they also taste like a burnt tire? Right now, my tiny cabin outside the city costs me 8,000 points. That means I've got no choice but to head into the city to sell my monster parts. I have to go straight to the central spire of 𝒂𝒂𝒅 Outpost. That's where the regional administrator stays, an archduke named Alaric. With just a snap of his fingers, he can trigger the magical mark branded on the hearts of everyone living in the kingdom of Valerius. That's how our points are logged. And just like that, everything I nearly died to gather was sold off in a second. The amount was so pathetic that the administrator actually laughed in my face. Fine. One day, I'll kill him, even if it's from laughing too hard. Back to the hunt. Hating them won't make me stronger. I need to consume everything I can. These cores, their effect changes depending on who's eating them. My master says the average person gains about 0.6 experience points a day. Me, I only get a measly 0.02 experience from every goblin core I swallow. There are 4 main attributes, and everyone starts at level 7. In this world, level 1 is the absolute peak. For a loser like me with no guild or clan, I have to slaughter at least 50 goblins a day just to keep pace with everyone else. So, it's back to the fields, farming monsters day after day. 3 weeks of this constant slaughter. My blade was finally reaching its breaking point. Just as I was thinking about buying a new sword, something shifted behind me. A monster struck, fast as lightning. "Was it you who's been butchering my kin?" the thing asked. My jaw dropped. It was the first time I'd ever heard a monster talk, and unfortunately, there was no mute button. "You've clearly never seen a goblin quite like me," the creature sneered. This was the great goblin guardian, Lord Cedric. My master warned me about intelligent monsters, but he forgot to mention they were all such arrogant jerks. The goblin wasn't here to talk. He wanted me dead at any cost. He wasn't just fast, he was incredibly powerful. Cedric actually started mocking me for being so weak. He expected more from the guy who killed so many of his scouts, but now he claimed he could finish me off using only his bare fists. It felt weird. I told him he sounded way too human for something born in this twisted world. That actually made him curious. Look at the math. Over the last 3 weeks, I've hunted between 40 and 60 goblins every single day. That's over 1,000 kills. This forest is tiny. There isn't even a single goblin village nearby. So how are there so many every morning? Is he breeding them or something? No, they're just mindless monsters meant to respawn forever. Suddenly, the goblin lost it. He started laughing so hard my ears actually started to throb from the sound. He told me he wasn't disposable like the others, but he wasn't in the mood to talk about it. Then he told me to shut my mouth. He made me a deal. If I could land even one solid hit on him, he'd give me a reward. Basically, I have to beat the truth out of him. I lunged forward with everything I had, wielding my dagger like a longsword to try and find an opening. But this monster, he was brilliant. I tried to switch up my attack, but he blocked it effortlessly and went for a counter. That's when I told him it was time for my reward. The goblin just grinned. Finally, he said, this is getting interesting. In a heartbeat, he was right in my face. He was moving way faster than before. Pure, terrifying speed. Alaric blurred toward the orc warlord, raining down heavy blows that sent the brute flying. He slammed into a massive oak, and honestly, the tree won. Several of Alaric's ribs absolutely shattered. The beast was loving the thrill of it. He lunged for the kill, but our boy tapped into his last reserves and bolted. He needed answers about the fallen lords, no matter the cost. He turned back, clashing steel with the monster until the brute actually had to retreat. The orc was genuinely confused. How was this human still standing, let alone fighting, with a broken arm and a crushed chest? Alaric demanded to know how an orc ended up in the hallowed vale. The monster just grinned. He'd talk, but only if they kept the blood flowing during the fight. Here's the kicker, he wasn't summoned. He came by choice, hired as muscle by the fallen lords themselves. Basically, he was a high-tier mercenary for the dark side. Hearing that, Alaric started pushing for the one thing that mattered, how to get the hell out of this realm. The warlord thought the kid had finally cracked and lowered his guard. Big mistake. Alaric baited him, delivered a brutal kick to the gut, and followed up with a flurry of dagger strikes. Real blood sprayed this time. The beast roared, trying to swing back in a desperate counter. But Alaric was locked in. He drove his blade straight through the monster's heart. Game over. The great commander had truly fallen, but with his last breaths, he spilled everything. Turns out, even he was played, trapped in this hellhole by the very demons who hired him. A fake contract, a dirty deal. Now he'd never see his homeland again. Alaric realized the well was dry. No more info. Time to move on. But the orc stopped him. He wanted a warrior's reward and offered some parting advice. So Alaric did the unthinkable. He offered him a smoke. And yeah, they're actually just sitting there, smoking together. Alaric spent half his spirit energy on tobacco, and now he's got the local monsters getting hooked, too. Back at the spire, the winged arbiter was already talking trash. Alaric didn't care. He just needed to be patched up. The price, 10,000 crowns. The arbiter got to work, weaving small healing spells into every jagged wound until Alaric was good as new. The demon noticed something weird, though. Usually, Alaric complains about the bill. This time, total silence. The kid was loaded. Our hero just tossed a heavy bag onto the counter. He wanted to know what these materials were worth. The arbiter could tell right away, this wasn't your average loot. But when he opened the bag, he froze, shocked. The materials were the remains of the legendary orc commander himself. Alaric didn't wait for him to process it. He just barked at him to show the upgrade menu already. Snap, a magic window flickered into existence, but as Alaric looked through the options, he flashed back to those final moments. The warlord had asked Alaric to consume him, to take his strength. He wondered if this brute knew the secret path, just like the rest of the greenskins. Unlike the rest, the commander knew exactly what he was asking, but Alaric hesitated. That human spark of mercy was holding him back. Classic human hesitation. The monster saw right through it. He told Alaric to get over it. For a warrior like him, becoming part of the man who beat him, that's the highest honor. Use every part of me, the dying beast urged. Alaric was still torn, though. Then the orc mentioned his claws. Harder than dragon scales, famous among his kin for their toughness. That did it. Alaric accepted. He gave a final nod of respect to the dying warlord. The beast apologized for dragging Alaric into his weird warrior fantasies one last time, and then he was gone. Back in the spire, Alaric stared at the screen. Warlord's sight, an ocular transplant for enhanced vision. The orc got exactly what he wanted. The guy was a monster, sure, but besides Master 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆, he was the only one Alaric could actually talk to. Honestly, the big guy felt more like a friend than an enemy. He looked at the Arbiter. "Give me the eyes, the teeth, and can we do the claws too?" The demon nodded. "Possible. Kid, with enough gold, I can make them any size you want." Alaric felt a strange sense of gratitude. The orc wasn't just dead loot, he was officially part of him now. Later that night, Alaric was geeking out over his new steel-like claws. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 just rolled his eyes. "You look like a total nerd, kid." Alaric asked if the transplant was too weird. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 shook his head. "Nah, perfect for a sneaky bastard like you." Alaric winced at his bank account, though. He'd spent a fortune just to keep his friend around. These were rank 7 artifacts now. They'd grow as he did. Sharp, unbreakable, and impossible to replace. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 asked if the commander had a core. Alaric confirmed it. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 noted the massive experience boost he must have gained, but he could tell Alaric's mind was miles away. He could see something was eating at his student. "All right," 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 sighed. "Let's talk, smoke break." Sir Alistair broke it down. High chieftains are a proud bunch, and fighting a monster with a brain is a massive wake-up call for any rookie. He warned Julian that this journey would be crawling with smart threats, and sometimes those enemies speak more truth than any ally ever could. Julian's face said it all. He was absolutely floored that the old knight knew about his secret heart-to-heart with the beast. Then came the cold, hard advice. Don't hesitate. If you have to kill to survive and grow, you do it, exactly like the chieftain probably told him during their little chat. The master admitted that taking the life of a creature with a soul feels like pure trash. But in these lawless lands, mercy is a death sentence, and Alistair had his own scars to prove it. Julian looked worried, but the old man wasn't done yet. "Be glad you're alive to tell the tale," the knight insisted. Those steel talons now fused to Julian's hands were his badge of honor, a warrior's proof. He told the boy he had every right to be proud of himself. Julian felt the weight of those words and thanked his teacher for the rare bit of warmth. When asked about his progress, Julian admitted that his growth was skyrocketing way past his wildest dreams. The very next day, it was time to put the steel to the test. Julian charged like a man possessed, his new claws ripping through a stray goblin like wet paper. Our boy, the Crimson Claw, flicked his wrist, sending a spray of blue blood across the dirt. It turns out that absorbing the High Chieftain's essence was a game changer. His vitality and strength had just jumped by 10%. Later, while hunting in the same woods, Julian started realizing just how well he was adapting to his new gift. These lethal blades were starting to feel less like weapons and more like a part of his own body. It was surreal. Zero pain, total control. It was like he could feel every inch of the blades as if they were his own fingers. He was just getting into his head, thinking about living up to the expectations of his 2 mentors, when everything went sideways. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice called out, "𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆." The local noble brat was back, and he looked way too happy to see him. Julian didn't mince words. He wanted to know exactly how this snake had tracked him down. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 just shrugged it off, claiming he wasn't stalking. He was just strolling, since the monsters were scarce and Julian didn't have many hiding spots. Julian was fuming, but the bully wasn't there to just trade insults. He had actual news. Rumors were flying through the camp that Julian had taken down a massive boss. Julian froze. If the word was out, his secret weapon was officially on the radar. He called 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 a stalker again, but the bully didn't even blink. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 cut the act and revealed that the Grand Overseer himself was the one leaking info, though he figured Julian's big catch hadn't actually paid out much. Julian was absolutely boiling at the Overseer's betrayal, but he felt one massive wave of relief. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒆 hadn't noticed the talons yet. Suddenly, the boy grabbed Julian, demanding a fair share of the loot like it was his birthright. Silas dropped a heavy reminder, less than a week left. How he treats Julian later depends entirely on how much Julian cooperates now. "Let's stay friends," he sneered. He told Julian they'd meet up again, once they both picked their official classes. And just like that, the bully walked away. Julian was left shaking with rage, his fingers twitching to bury those claws in the guy's back. But he took a breath and forced the urge down. He wasn't stupid. Killing a member of a powerful knightly order right now was a one-way ticket to a shallow grave. This world might feel like a game, but there are no health bars here. Lose an arm or a head and that's it. Permanent. He had the element of surprise, but he had to play the long game. In 6 days, their 5-month trial in the kingdom would be over. Time to pick a class and become official residents. That's when the real power comes. Magic, skills, the whole works. But there's a catch. A massive one. Once they level up, the divine protection vanishes, and they'll finally be able to murder each other. Right now, the will of the ancients keeps their blades from drawing each other's blood. But in 6 days, it's open season. Killing and stealing will become the new normal, and the veterans are already licking their chops. Even they only get a year of safety before the protection fades completely. Julian knew he was on his own. No house, no order, just him, his master's training, and the chieftain's instincts. He had to get stronger to survive the coming bloodbath. To do that, he had to become one with his new blades. Suddenly, something moved in the brush, a bog reaper. Julian locked eyes with the giant, frog-like monstrosity. He knew the drill: poisonous tongue, insane speed, and a jump that could crush a man in seconds. Time to work. This beast, an absolute nightmare to kill. It didn't even have a core, the kind of high-risk, low-reward fight our hunter usually avoids like the plague. But today, he's standing right in front of that massive, dripping tongue, ready to use this monster as a training dummy for his brand-new weapon. Without missing a beat, the young warrior lunges forward, narrowly dodging that lethal, venom-coated tongue by a hair's breadth. A smirk creeps across his face. Why? Because his theory was spot on, he finally had the timing down. Having slashed through the venomous muscle, Alaric realized he could actually predict the monster's attack patterns now, leaving the creature writhing in pure agony. He wasn't about to give this overgrown frog a chance to recover. It was time to end this, but just as he moved for the final blow, the massive toad launched itself high into the air, vanishing into the gray sky in a single bound. It repositioned itself midair, falling back to Earth like a cursed meteor straight from the heavens. Its mouth was wide open, ready to swallow our hero whole. Alaric froze for a split second. The speed was insane. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to retreat as fast as possible. But he shook it off instantly. No, he chose to put everything on the line and trust the gift from the Goblin Lord. He braced himself, leaped into the air, and charged head-on at the falling beast. Man and monster, now face to face in a deadly dance. The final clash exploded with a deafening thud. Then, silence. The toad hit the ground, completely motionless. The massive corpse lay there, cold, right next to our hero. He could barely believe it. He'd actually won a one-on-one fight against a monster of that caliber. These new claws, absolutely lethal. Their power and precision were way beyond anything he'd ever imagined. Once again, he had to respect the Goblin Lord's terrifying craft. But the young man knew he couldn't celebrate yet. There was still one major thing he had to do. It was crucial for his growth. A duty he carried for his master and the fallen friend he'd left behind. He needed total focus for what came next. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, our hero stood before the selection tower to choose his official class. Simple, right? Yet, he couldn't stop his hands from shaking with nerves. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through those massive, looming iron gates and entered the tower's depths. Rumor had it that the one granting the classes wasn't the usual administrator, even if the place looked exactly like his personal domain. Suddenly, Alaric sensed something off. A mysterious, dark gift box just appeared out of thin air right in front of him. He stared at it, hesitant. Was this a trap? Doubt started to creep in as he wondered if he should even touch the thing. Curiosity won in the end. He gave in, popped the lid, and boom! A massive explosion rocked the room as a strange form emerged from the smoke. When the dust cleared, our hero was staring right into the eyes of a massive, grinning entity. A demon, the exact kind of creature our protagonist despised the most. The entity beckoned him closer with a twisted, playful gesture. It called itself Jack in the Box and welcomed the young man to what it dubbed the consecration of the first blessing. Jack tilted his head, asking the boy what he thought of his sudden, theatrical grand entrance. Weirded Out doesn't even cover it. Alaric just looked at the creature and asked if every demon in this place was this annoying. The jester just laughed, explaining that humor is the lifeblood of his kind. It's what they do best, after all. Alaric wasn't having it. "I don't have time for games. Let's get to business." Jack just burst out laughing at the bluntness. Fine. The clown decided to grant his wish, waving his hand to reveal a floating list of classes for the goblin slayer to choose from. Jack had curated the options that would interest our hero the most. All he had to do was tap the panel of his choice twice. Alaric was visibly annoyed by the demon's theatrics, making it hard to focus even though he'd already made up his mind. Choosing a class is no small feat. It's the foundation of everything that comes next. You have to be careful. Every class comes with a unique, noble privilege. Most warriors choose the Marauder path for the raw power it provides. It's all about strength. In this kingdom, strength is the only stat that matters, and every legendary name started right there. Alaric knew if he chose Marauder like his master, he could follow those footsteps and use that experience to his advantage. But he wasn't looking back. He made his choice, the hunter. Jack's grin widened even further. "Excellent choice!" He started the procedure immediately, his voice echoing through the chamber. The ancient spell flared to life, and in that moment, our hero felt himself changing down to his very soul. Alaric was stunned. He was now a true citizen of the realm, his stats doubling and 3 new skills unlocking alongside a brand new magic pool. That annoying creature asked if he was satisfied. Alaric's response, "I'll let you know once I've actually tested it." He figured this growth boost would let him skyrocket his health by consuming goblin cores. Then, he turned his attention to his magic status. It wasn't much to look at yet. He'd clearly need to consume a mountain of cores to turn that tiny spark into a real flame. As he stood there, he started wondering just how this new magic stat would change the way his skills worked. Alaric knew he still had one final, life-altering choice to make, his unique skill. As the Duke ranted about beginner blessings and listed legendary powers, our hero demanded the Emerald Drake's Shroud. This definitely caught the demon's attention, so Alaric just looked him in the eye and stated it again. The monster tried to argue, offering much flashier choices, but the young man didn't budge an inch. The twisted jester just laughed, granting the wish while warning him not to regret it later. Then, bam. It was done. Alaric had the skill. The demon asked why, then teased him about being forced to answer. The Duke said he wasn't, right before his entire body started to warp and shift. Suddenly, 3 extra eyes snapped open in a blind rage. He growled that Alaric would tell the truth, now. The massive demon loomed over him, barking that he should show some respect to a superior race. Unfazed, the hero just looked up and asked if he was actually ready for the honest truth. Just like that, the pressure vanished and the giant demon shrunk back to his tiny, original self. He flashed a creepy grin, telling the boy to relax because he was just kidding. Alaric was fuming. The demon praised him for surviving this long, but warned that the real nightmare was starting now. Grabbing his class, Alaric watched the demon wave a mocking goodbye, wishing him a prosperous future. Finally, the young man stepped out of the tower and vanished into a quiet village alleyway. He started sweating bullets, collapsing against the cold stone as he tried to catch his breath. He honestly thought he was dead. If that one demon's aura was that heavy, the stronger ones, pure terror. And then reality set in. He started doubting he could ever escape this hell. That night, Lord Thorn questioned his student's weird skill choice. But the young man didn't hesitate. He stood firmly by his decision. When asked if he understood why that first unique skill mattered so much, Alaric said he did. Aside from this freebie at the start, there is only one real way for an adventurer to get skills. You either buy them for a fortune or loot them from a dead boss. Rarity determines the price. But honestly, buying them is a joke. Hunting is the only way that actually makes any sense. Since weak monsters only drop trash, you have to hunt the big ones to get the legendary stuff. That is why the first skill is so vital. It is the only power you get without risking your life. Alaric hesitated to explain his logic, but his teacher told him to just speak his mind already. According to our hero, it is actually pretty simple. The Drake's Shroud lets him shift his exact stat numbers around for a bit, making it useful everywhere. Thorn was stunned, arguing that plenty of other skills offered way more raw power than that. But Alaric countered. Those better options were either too hard to find or impossible to learn right now. Plus, this didn't cost mana, since unique skills can be refined and leveled up over time. With its 0.5% growth rate, this camouflage would eventually become his ultimate trump card. He doubled down. For someone with low magic reserves, this was the smartest move possible. Thorn actually smiled, impressed by how mature and calculated his student's philosophy had become. The armless knight grinned, determined to master this skill before mentioning a beast far worse than goblins. The next morning, deep in the woods, our hero finally reached the spot his master had marked. And there it was, the monster Thorn mentioned, and guess what? It spotted him immediately. Alaric knew this beast lived alone in its massive territory, perfect for a long, drawn-out hunt. If he could take this thing down, he would earn enough points to finally move on. Hunter and hunted, face to face. The beast charged, its core glowing, time for a showdown. He activated his unique skill, dumping every stat point into strength and agility to end this fast. He didn't care about his defense dropping to nothing. He was betting it all on one hit. But then, things went sideways. The monster adjusted mid-lunge, delivering a bone-shattering kick that completely countered his strike. The tusked berserker was absolutely wrecking our shadow stalker. But Julian, he finally timed it. That insane jump attack. If he hadn't boosted his agility, that would have been his head. Our hero realized something. The beast needed a reset. One direct hit, game over. But that window of time, that was his chance. Finish it, now, before the creature could recover. His first strike missed. Too slow. No, he'd been forced to parry. And just like that, wham, the monster's tail sent him flying like a rag doll. But hey, that was the plan. Julian felt the tail's raw power and knew his unique skill was perfect for taking down this overgrown coil beast. He rolled, dodging a crushing death, only to see the monster looming right over him again. The creature let out a deafening roar, tensing up for one last massive tail swipe. The strike landed on nothing. Julian was gone. Then, a shadow appeared right behind the beast. The mutant was stuck, too slow to react, too late to turn. Julian knew it was over. He slashed through its chest with his claws, making the beast cough up blood and let out one final, pathetic scream. He dug his extensions deep into the carcass. Done, the monster went cold. Finally, Julian took a breath, watching the life drain out of the beast. He collapsed onto the dirt, reaching his blood-stained claws toward the sky. That was easier than expected. Even for a thin-skinned beast, Julian Thorn, our protagonist, was surprised by how fast it went down. He looked at his claws, his friend's legacy, and how they worked with his skills. Add in the stats he'd farmed and the prize he was after, pure power. Just like that, the lucky slayer had the monster's core in his hand. He swallowed it whole. Honestly, tasted way better than those nasty goblin cores. Then came the pop-up, his strength, up by 0.16%. He was hyped. That one core was worth 6 goblins combined. With the items now in hand, it was time to cash in. Back at the Merchant's Guild, the broker tallied the tailbones, livers, and tendons. Total, 1,190 crowns. Not bad. After a month of grinding these beasts, Julian had racked up 29,450 crowns in total. His daily grind was insane now, 360 coal beasts a day. The cores were amazing, totally unique. But as he thought about how these little beasts were basically gold mines compared to goblins, yielding better loot and more crowns. The shadow broker interrupted. "Buy something or get out of my shop," the demon hissed. Julian just smirked. He had business. The winged demon groaned. "What now? More tobacco?" "I'm paying my rent in advance," Julian said. The demon called him a fool. "Unpredictable times, kid. Keep your coin." The demon glared. "Anything else?" Julian dropped the bombshell. He was skipping the king's draft, the forced hunt. The demon froze. "Are you insane? That'll cost you 10,000 crowns just to sit it out." Julian didn't blink. The demon tried to tempt him. The first draft is where the best loot is. But Julian stood firm. No guts. The demon actually laughed. This lack of ambition, it was entertaining. "Fine," he hissed. "Retreating is a plan, I guess." Just like that, rent and the massive penalty were paid in full. Julian Thorne knew the risks. He could have scored legendary gear or skill rings by bullying weaklings in the draft. But survival, that came first. In that first hunt, he'd be up against every contestant and the noble houses backing them. One wrong move, they'd take his life and his loot. His real plan: sneak into the high-tier hunting grounds of the great guilds while everyone else was distracted by the draft. Sure, rings are cool, but raw crowns. Those open doors gear never could. He headed home, feeling pretty good about his choice. But the second he stepped inside, horror. His master was sprawled on the floor. Julian rushed to his side, heart pounding. The old man groaned. "Just a few slaps, I'm fine." Julian got him comfortable, eyes burning with rage. Who did this? The culprit, a man named Cedric Vance, someone Julian had met a week after arriving in this kingdom. Cedric Vance. That greedy knight who tried to use 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 just to climb the social ladder. He wouldn't have dared touch Sir Baldwin if the old master was still in his prime. When 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 asked why he was attacked, the old man explained that the high guilds wanted his secrets, since so much of the northern kingdom remains uncharted. Mapping those lands brings a king's ransom. That's why he was beaten. He knew the way to a lost valley. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 was floored. I mean, why wouldn't that thug just ask him nicely? But Baldwin knew better. To them, he was just a weak old man with no protection, and then he teased 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 about being too soft-hearted. This set 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 off. He was absolutely fuming. The master told him to stay far away from the brute if he came back for more info. But 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 wasn't worried. As a new squire, the old-timers couldn't legally lay a finger on him, yet he was safe. The master warned him that even with his high defenses, that bully was a monster, so 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 promised not to pick a fight. But he'd sure as hell be ready for one. A bit later, while trekking through the Whispering Woods, 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 noticed his combat skills were finally starting to level up. He knew this quest would be a marathon, not a sprint, so he focused on balancing his health and stamina. Then, movement. He came face to face with a massive prismatic viper. A rare beast. Its eyes, venom, and hide were worth a small fortune to the merchants. Plus, he could use the meat for a feast, or even as bait for bigger prey. He didn't expect to find such a prize so early. The snake coiled, ready to strike. The serpent lunged at our iron-clawed knight, but 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 was faster. He drove his steel right through its jaw. Dead, the viper didn't stand a chance. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 started doing the math. If he found more easy kills like this, his gold stash was going to explode. He made a choice right then. He was going to clear this entire grove before the sun went down. Moments later, he dropped into a fighting stance. A stone golem stood before him, total silence as they sized each other up. The golem swung first, a punch so heavy it literally cracked the earth beneath them. But 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒅 vanished. He slipped behind the giant, bared his claws, and took its stone head clean off. Another win for the Iron Claw, clean and simple. That monster's core alone was worth 3,000 gold. This forest, a literal gold mine for a new squire. He was loving his unique gift. He'd already raked in over 12,000 gold coins. He laughed, thinking about the High Steward's shocked face. Man, he wished he could have painted that moment. But then, he remembered this land belonged to a powerful house, and just as he realized his current gear was useless, he heard a sound. Alistair snapped his claws out, heart racing. How did someone get that close without him noticing? From the shadows, the stranger watched, clearly intrigued by those steel claws. Alistair realized he wasn't alone. Another rookie from the 13th trial must have skipped the first hunt. This forest is a magnet for new blood, after all. He quickly shifted his focus, ready to adjust his combat stance for a human fight. "Show yourself," he shouted. Suddenly, a redhead stepped out from the thicket. He recognized her immediately. He flashed back to his first week on the continent, running for his life from a pack of shadow wolves. Every other rookie was screaming and running away. And Alistair was just as terrified, but then he saw her. He didn't even know her name, but he never forgot her face. In all that chaos, she was the only one who didn't run. While everyone else cowered, she stood alone on the front lines. Alistair felt a sting of shame remembering how he'd fled back then. He asked if she was a new squire too, but she didn't recognize him. Not that he expected her to. She asked if he was alone, but he gave her a vague answer. In this world, you don't show your cards to strangers. The lady wanted to know how long he'd been stalking these woods. But Alistair wasn't here to chat. "We're both here for the same loot," he said, "so let's get straight to business." Division of labor. The noblewoman decided she'd take the eastern woods while Alaric handled the west, but she made one thing crystal clear: stay out of her territory or else. This was 𝒖𝒎𝒎𝒂𝒓𝒅, a highborn warrior who apparently had a weird obsession with the legendary iron-clawed sentinels. While Alaric was picking out his gear, she actually asked if he'd modeled his whole look after those fictional heroes. Our fake sentinel just shrugged it off, claiming he only used the claws because they were efficient, which actually made 𝒖𝒎💏 chuckle. She knew he was lying, and honestly, it made him blush like a schoolboy. She wished him luck with a smirk and disappeared into the brush, leaving Alaric standing there feeling completely irritated. Seriously, Alaric was fuming. Getting mocked by a girl who just jumped out of a bush like some forest spirit, not his finest moment. He grumbled about her attitude for a bit, but then he took a breath. Honestly, he was just relieved they didn't end up trying to kill each other. Still, he wasn't letting his guard down. In this world, a blade in the back is always a possibility, and a potential betrayal was still on the table. But then he remembered her laugh, that perfect melodic sound, and he started blushing all over again. Shaking it off, he forced himself to focus. It was time to hunt before anyone else showed up to ruin his day. Hunting was the only way to keep his head in the game. He needed to clear his tasks, and he needed to do it fast so he could finally get back home. A few hours later, the sun was setting. Alaric stepped out of the tree line, feeling the weight of the day. The constant paranoia was exhausting, doubling the physical toll on his body. It hit him then, having an ally might actually be a huge advantage. He started thinking about 𝒖𝒎💏 and how she seemed to be a lone wolf out here, too. The thought stuck with him. With her level of skill, she could have easily joined one of the top-tier knightly houses. So why was she solo? He started wondering what her story was, but then he caught himself. "Stop it," he muttered. He just needed a hot meal and a long sleep. But right as he was about to head out, he spotted it, his first goblin of the evening. One last job before calling it a night. The creature didn't stand a chance. It looked up, completely confused, and before it could even screech, Alaric had it in his grasp. Before the blood could even hit the grass, Alaric found what he was looking for. This goblin was easy prey, but it held the prize he needed. Down it goes. He swallowed that bitter green core, but while he was busy gagging on the foul taste, someone caught him red-handed. He froze. His heart nearly stopped when he saw her. It was 𝒖𝒎💏, again. She looked at him with pure disgust, like he was some kind of absolute madman. Alaric was horrified. His darkest secret had just been dragged into the light. He was beyond frustrated. Of all the moments for this lady to finish her hunt, it had to be right when he was doing something this insane. He prayed she hadn't seen the core, but her face said it all. Judging by the way she was recoiling, the redhead assumed he'd just eaten the monster's raw heart. Panicking, he tried to argue that he was just a poor, starving hunter. She didn't buy it for a second. Being poor doesn't make you any less of a lunatic, she snapped. Alaric tried to explain, but she wasn't having it. To her, he was nothing but a bloodthirsty psychopath. The atmosphere turned icy. He told her he could explain, but she didn't want words. She drew her weapon, her eyes filled with the determination to end a monster. Alaric stood his ground. He pointed out how insane it was to try and execute him without even giving him a chance to speak. For a heartbeat, she actually paused. He looked her in the eye. If she wanted a fight, he'd give her one, but he told her straight up. Resolving this peacefully was the better move for both of them. Schlick, he popped his claws, bracing for impact, and asked the fiery redhead which path she wanted to take. She called him unpredictable and dangerously crazy, but then she lowered her blade. She claimed to be a pacifist at heart and agreed to listen. The deal. Alaric had exactly 5 minutes to justify why he was eating monsters in the woods. He admitted it. He told her he really did eat the heart, and no, it wasn't because he was a freak. She just mocked him, asking if he considered goblin innards a delicacy. That's when he laid it all out. He told her about his master, his savior, who was now crippled. He explained that his own meager skills weren't enough to keep them both fed. He was just following his master's old, desperate teachings. Consuming the monsters was the only way to save enough coin to survive. It was that simple. Elaira was skeptical. Goblins look uncomfortably human-like, after all. But Alaric looked her dead in the eyes and told her it was either eat or die. He admitted the whole thing was revolting. Then, with a straight face, he told her the taste actually gets better once you're used to it and offered her a bite. She nearly gagged and declined immediately. When she asked why the heart specifically, he told her he used it to replace the vegetables he couldn't afford. Elaira looked like she wanted to vomit. He explained that even though it was disgusting at first, he'd learned to endure anything to stay alive. He told her that despite their different lives, they were both just trying to reach an end goal. That actually seemed to stun her into silence. Alaric made it clear he wasn't a cannibal. He pulled his claws back and told her if she didn't believe him, they could finish this right now. He had a debt to pay, and he wouldn't lose. Seeing his conviction, Elaira decided to let it go. She didn't fully buy the story, but she wasn't going to kill him over it today. She decided to let him walk. Barely. Lady Elaira was completely wiped out from the hunt and simply didn't have enough hard evidence to prove Arthur was actually a psychopath. Still, she made it crystal clear. The second he showed even a flicker of madness, she'd run him through without a moment's hesitation. The deal was simple. He was allowed to hunt in these woods again. But he was banned from her territory. "You aren't worthy of my trust," she barked, leaving our hero with a final, muttered insult that Arthur definitely heard. Cold. Arthur Thorne breathed a massive sigh of relief. He had to be way more careful when harvesting those monster cores. That little lie was the only thing that saved his neck. He couldn't help but groan thinking about her. The lady's prickly personality was definitely going to be a massive headache come morning. Daybreak in the marches. Another day, another struggle in the wild. Arthur rolled up to the scene feeling like a new man, rocking some fresh equipment. He dropped 45,000 sovereigns on a new set of reinforced boarhide armor. Rank 7, light, but the durability was a bit sketchy for the price. Not bad, he thought. Good armor is a total game changer, especially when you can pair it with the right gear. His eyes were on the real prize, a magic skill ring worth 50,000 sovereigns. He figured 4 days of grinding would do it, if it wasn't for Elaira giving him those suspicious looks again. She was definitely waiting for him to show up. But when he called her out on it, she denied everything. "In your dreams," she snapped. "Let's just set our borders for the day and get to work." Borders marked. Done. Then came the warning again. "Stay off my grounds, Thorne, I'm serious." Honestly, Arthur couldn't have cared less. But as she stomped off muttering to herself, he called out to her just to mess with her. She was livid. "Look, we're stuck working together," he said. "Maybe we should actually introduce ourselves." Denied, hard. She wasn't interested in small talk, and she shut the idea down instantly. Arthur was actually fuming. Her temper was incredibly short, and she wouldn't even give him a name despite him being on his absolute best behavior. It reminded him of his old mentor, Sir Gareth. The old knight trusted an opponent once, and lost 3 of his family's sacred relics because of it. He tried to tell himself it was just the environment. Maybe if they were back in the capital, she'd actually be pleasant, doubtful. He sat back for a quick smoke to calm his nerves when, wait, voices, not Alara. Someone else was in the forest, and Arthur went on high alert. He vanished into the shadows of the nearby ruins. Figuring these intruders must have also skipped the main hunt. 2 fresh faces were lurking in the clearing. Arthur stayed low, recognizing them from his own mercenary group, outlanders from the Northern Isles. He didn't know their names, only that they weren't locals. They were whispering, talk of loot, gear, and easy targets. Then it hit him. These guys had 0 honor. As they kept talking, Arthur realized they weren't here to hunt monsters. They were planning to ambush Alara. He thought about it for a second. If they're roaming the forest, they're a problem for him too. Better to just remove them. They were planning to jump the girl and then squat in the forest until the hunt was officially over. He didn't know how strong they were, but 2 against 2. He and Alara could take them. It was a gamble worth taking. He started mapping it out. Kill the first one by surprise, then take the second in a fair fight. Then he realized what he was doing. He didn't even hesitate. He was planning a murder like he was deciding what to have for dinner. The hunt had changed him. He wasn't that same guy who struggled against the Goblin King anymore. He was something else entirely. He almost backed out, but the thugs were moving. Forget the philosophy, he told himself. Focus on the target. The fat one told his partner to stay hidden while he scouted for their prey. It didn't take long. They found her. Alara was in the thick of it, locked in a brutal struggle with a giant armored insect that was giving her a real run for her money. "Hide," the fat one hissed. Arthur watched from the brush, guessing they were waiting for the perfect opening. He couldn't hear a word they said, but he assumed Alara should be able to handle 2 thugs easily enough. But then, he saw it. One of them wasn't even carrying a weapon. Sneak attack incoming, he had to move. Now, first step, tracking the blonde one. Alara's fight with the beast was finally winding down. The thugs realized it was almost time to strike. She did it, decapitated the bug. Winner, but she was wide open. Arthur knew the ambush was starting right now. So he popped his unique skill. He needed that boost to stamina and speed to end this quickly. Stealth would have to be his backup plan. Meanwhile, Alara was panting. That prey was way tougher than she expected. She leaned down to check her prize. Steel flashed, throwing knives. Arthur swore under his breath. He should have known they'd go for a long-range kill. With the knives ready to fly, the bandit prepared his strike. Alaric lunged forward to intercept him, but he was a heartbeat too slow. The daggers were already whistling through the air. Alaric screamed for the lady to get down, causing her to spin around in sheer panic. That's when the heavy-set brute stepped out from the brush, clearly annoyed that his target had brought along a bodyguard. Too late, steel found its mark in the lady's shoulder and thigh. The rogue sneered, demanding to know which hero thought they could ruin his hunt. And so, the clash of the 13th rank mercenaries began. The brute charged toward Lady Alara, meeting her sharp dagger with nothing but his own calloused palms. She was fuming. The man was clearly using a high-level combat skill. Meanwhile, he barked at his accomplice to finish off the boy without delay. The second rogue moved in to execute the order. Alaric saw it coming a mile away, a heavy, bone-breaking body kick aimed right for his ribs. His plan was simple: parry the blow and retreat a few steps to reset his stance. But when the strike landed, Alaric was stunned. This wasn't a street brawl. The man was a master of formal martial arts. Before he could react, boom, a boot crashed directly into his face. The bandit erupted into a proud roar of laughter. He boasted that his strength far outclassed anyone else from the 13th rank trials. But 𝒂💏, he just stood there. Honestly, the kick felt more like a tickle than a death blow, leaving the attacker looking completely baffled. Without missing a beat, our hero delivered a casual, heavy-handed punch straight to the man's jaw. The bandit hit the dirt instantly. 𝒂💏 just stood over him, genuinely confused as to why a master's strike was so incredibly weak. Meanwhile, Lady Alara realized she was in a life-or-death duel with a professional kickboxer. His speed was terrifying. He lunged again, once more igniting his combat skills. She knew she couldn't outrun the next impact. With no other choice, she braced herself to take the hit head-on. The impact was brutal. She was sent spiraling through the air before crashing hard onto her back. The criminal mocked her, praising her grit for fighting while wounded as he stepped in to finish the job. But then, his eyes went wide with alarm. 𝒂💏 was already there, fist cocked back for a devastating blow. The heavy-set brute barely managed to throw up a block in time. "You little rat," the brute spat, wondering where his partner had gone. 𝒂💏 found it ironic. The very men who set a cowardly ambush were now calling 𝑺𝒖𝒎𝒎𝒏𝒆𝒅 the pest. Enough talk. 𝒂💏 told him flat out. He was going to put a hole right through that smug face. A barrage of lightning-fast punches rained down on him. That's when 𝒂💏 realized it. This wasn't just a thug, he was dealing with a high-level marauder. But our hero wouldn't stay down. His sheer endurance was starting to seriously get under the bandit's skin. The brute screamed that if it weren't for those annoying magical perks, 𝒂💏 and his dead friend would be carrion by now. But 𝒂💏 just stared back. He's still alive. The fat marauder finally shattered 𝒂💏's guard. He sneered, asking if the boy expected a reward for being so merciful to his partner. And then, wham, he delivered a sickening punch deep into 𝒂💏's gut. 𝒂💏 gasped. Even with his magical protections, the pain was white-hot. Still, he wouldn't back down. Victory was the only option. The criminal actually respected the tenacity. He grabbed 𝒂💏 by the hair, laughing at how his amateur combat skills were a joke compared to his own. Frustration boiled over in 𝒂💏's soul. He looked the man dead in the eye and asked if he really planned on killing them both right here. There was a tense, heavy silence for a second. Then, the man just burst out in manic laughter. "That's the whole point of a surprise attack, kid." He figured 𝒂💏 was finally broken and ready to beg for his life. He told 𝒂💏 that begging was useless since the blood was already spilled. But the young man shook his head. "That's not what this is." He pressed his fist directly over the man's heart. The bandit just mocked him, thinking it was a weak, pathetic tap. 𝒂💏 asked one last time if he was truly set on taking their lives. When the man confirmed it, 𝒂💏's eyes filled with a strange, deep sadness. Then he executed the final move. Blood sprayed from the criminal's mouth as his heart simply stopped. He realized too late he'd been taken out by a secret weapon before collapsing dead on the floor. 𝒂💏 stood there, shaken. That same cold, hollow feeling he got when slaying goblins. It was there now, even after taking a human life. He felt the rush of victory and the sting of his wounds, but one truth remained. The hunt had changed him forever. Lady Alara approached him, limping and pale. She was clearly confused by this mysterious boy, but she knew he had just saved her from a gruesome end. 𝒂💏 explained he'd spotted the ambush by chance. Dee shown these men mercy once before, but they clearly didn't know the meaning of the word. She looked at him, her voice trembling slightly. Why did you risk your life to help me?" "It was just logical," he said simply. "If they killed you, I was next." At that, the fiery-haired noble finally blushed and whispered her gratitude to her savior. 𝒂💏 went totally silent, just staring at her. When she got confused, he played it off, claiming the shockwave of the battle had rendered him temporarily deaf. She sighed, looking completely annoyed by his sudden change in attitude. He insisted it was the least he deserved after taking a beating for her. Finally, the embarrassed redhead thanked him again, more sincerely this time. She promised to repay the favor, but when 𝒂💏 teased her to say it one more time, she lost it. She reached out and grabbed him right by the collar. But then a low grunt broke the silence. The tall bandit stood there, paralyzed, shocked that his strongest ally, a supposed elite of the realm, had actually fallen. Seeing that old man, who just strolled toward them like nothing happened, Arthur realized the guy was a complete idiot for underestimating the danger. That's when he felt it. Lady Evelyn was beyond furious. Her cold, terrifying rage sent the criminal into a blind panic, and he tried to bolt. Without a second thought, the girl launched the very same throwing dagger at him, while Arthur tried, and failed to grab her arm. Too slow. The blade found its mark right in the man's skull, and just like that, he dropped stone-dead on the forest floor. Arthur, completely frustrated, demanded to know why she did it. Her answer? Simple. They tried to kill us first, so they had it coming. Our hero tried to argue that you don't just execute someone who's running away. But he was torn. Deep down, he actually understood exactly why she was so pissed off. But right then, she flipped the script. She pointed her finger at him, blaming him for just standing there while the murder happened. Talk about awkward. As silence settled over the whispering woods, Arthur asked if they were okay, and got nothing but an annoyed glare in return. See, the soul tithe lets you harvest the essence of the fallen, but only for a short time, unless you secure it within the citadel. Arthur joked that he'd take the tithes as a thank you for saving her, but she wasn't having any of it. In her book, shouting a warning and actually fighting are two very different things. Honestly, she was being incredibly difficult, but then she snapped at him, demanding he help her walk. He agreed to help, mentioning he was pretty banged up too, but she just scoffed, saying his scratches were nothing compared to hers. He complained about how much time those thieves wasted, leading her to think he was just trying to make her feel guilty. But he shook his head. He was just thinking about the loot. Since those bandits were high tier, they had to be carrying some serious gold, which she finally agreed with. She started venting about how she could have taken them all if she hadn't been blindsided. And Arthur realized something. Beneath that icy exterior, she wasn't actually that cold. Her words stuck in his head, making him drift off into thought until she barked at him, asking what he was staring at. He claimed he'd forgotten his question, so she took the chance to mock him, asking if he was already losing his mind at his age. That did it. He snapped back, asking why someone as strong as her wasn't part of a noble house. That one definitely caught her off guard. He pushed further, explaining that for a solo night, her power level was just weird. She went quiet for a beat. Then she admitted she was once part of the Sovereign Six, an elite group of 6 outlanders. Arthur was floored. But when he asked why she'd ever leave a group like that, her face went dark. She shut down the conversation instantly. Arthur was left hanging, his biggest question still unanswered. Seeing there was no winning this, he just kept his mouth shut while she grumbled about her broken leg the whole way. Finally, after what felt like forever, the ivory citadel loomed ahead of them. Arthur started huffing about how heavy she was, but she just snapped back again, reminding him, quite loudly, that she was injured. The second they got close, she shoved him away, claiming she could handle the rest of the walk herself. Ouch! Arthur felt a bit stung after all that effort, but she just insisted that they were even now. He was about to walk away, totally regretting not leaving her in the dirt, when she suddenly whispered a single word. Evelyn. She remembered he wanted to exchange names. "I am Lady Evelyn," she said, and he introduced himself right back. And then, she gave him this absolutely angelic smile before disappearing into the tower. Safe to say, our boy was officially smitten. But the romance didn't last. A dark-winged entity suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scaring the absolute life out of him. It was the administrator. Realizing Arthur had returned early and beaten up, he immediately charged him 10,000 points for emergency healing. Once the wounds were gone, the entity asked if he needed anything else. Arthur played it cool and mentioned he had 2 soul tithes to turn in. The blonde creature grinned. He was thrilled that Arthur had finally figured out that killing other players was the fastest way to get ahead. He basically told him that hunting monsters is fine, but if you want to survive the spire, You've got to eliminate the competition." Arthur flashed back to the murder in the woods, and Evelyn's dark look when she called him out for not stopping it. Frustrated, he pushed the demon away, lying through his teeth and claiming he just stumbled onto two contestants who had killed each other. Arthur stood his ground, but that demon overseer wasn't buying it for a second. Not even a little bit. So, with a dismissive grunt, the administrator turned his attention back to the loot Arthur had just hauled in. He finally cleared out of that cursed spire, complaining under his breath the whole way. His mood was already in the gutter, and that demon trying to get under his skin, seriously not helping. He paused at the edge of the path, looking toward the horizon. He couldn't help but wonder if his new companion had already retreated back to the safety of the great forest. Before pulling up his status window, he did some quick math. Those thug marks were worth 80,000 points, enough to snag a top-tier skill. But Arthur knew the truth. His heart was basically a furnace of pure, tortured greed. Still, he shook off the dark thoughts. Instead of dwelling on the what-ifs, he set his sights firmly on what tomorrow might bring. There was no time to slow down. Our hero was determined to keep this insane growth streak going, no matter the cost. He stared at the looming tower, promising himself that one day those demons would spill every secret they were hiding. But then the sun rose. Deep in the woods, a massive toad king suddenly felt a chill down its spine. Pure instinct kicked in. The beast lashed out with its lightning-fast tongue, hoping to snag its unseen attacker. Too slow. Arthur had already vanished, reappearing behind the creature to drive his claws straight into its skull. Just like that, another forest monster was slain. Arthur just let out a cold, satisfied smirk. Looking at the results, yeah, he was definitely happy with how things were turning out. Honestly, it was worth every single drop of blood he'd lost to get here. The gains were just that incredible. It was all thanks to a unique skill called the 𝒂𝒅𝒄𝒅𝒄𝒄𝒅 frenzy. It literally doubles every stat except magic. Suddenly, those terrifying forest beasts were as easy to hunt as common street goblins. He didn't stop there. He snuck up on a massive stone golem, charging in for a heavy strike. But then everything shifted. The buff expired right as he was dodging a massive fist. That's the catch. The duration is tiny, and the moment it ends, your body feels like it's made of lead. He'd have to get used to that heavy sensation and fast. Arthur scrambled up the golem's arm, annoyed by another drawback. Because his magic pool was so shallow, the cooldown felt like an absolute eternity. Now here's the thing you need to understand. Magic and magic power, not the same thing at all. Magic power is the real deal. It resets on its own and doesn't drain your MP. Once he upgrades it, his cooldowns will drop and his efficiency will skyrocket. But for now, magic power was the only stat his fancy new skill couldn't touch. And that cooldown, it's a nightmare. The first sign it's starting is a brutal, splitting headache. Only when that agony finally fades can he use the skill again. He reached down and snatched the golem's glowing core. 20 minutes, that's the wait. And if he stacks it with his first skill, that weight doubles. It felt balanced, honestly. Nothing this broken should come for free. Arthur realized this was his ultimate wild card. Once he gets stronger, this skill will be the one that carries him through the impossible trials ahead. A bit later, back near the village gates, Arthur stopped dead in his tracks. A swarm of knights and hunters were filing out of the portal. The great forest hunt, it was officially over. He was fuming. That fancy hunting ground was a gold mine, and now he had to go back to his old, low-profit spots. Talk about a downgrade. Just as he was getting ready to pawn his loot and head home for a decent supper, he felt someone lurking behind him. Great, it was Baron Bennett, the local bully who always seemed to sniff him out. Bennett sneered, noting that Arthur's hunt must have gone smoothly. The Baron took Arthur's reply as a direct insult, of course. Arthur tried to keep it cool and explain himself, but the guy wasn't having any of it. Bennett's temper flared instantly. He demanded to know where Arthur had been hiding, acting like his absence was some kind of personal betrayal. Arthur just blinked. Was it really that big of a deal? Oh, it was a huge deal to Bennett. He made it clear. The way he treats Arthur depends entirely on how Arthur treats him. He looked genuinely let down. I mean, his favorite lackey didn't even show up to the party. Then the Baron got serious. He claimed that teaming up was the only way to survive in this brutal kingdom. And this was the last bit of mercy he was willing to show. He shoved Arthur back, barking in order to show up at the next royal hunt. No excuses. He called Arthur his lucky charm or his next kill. That's when it hit Arthur. Something was seriously off with this guy. Bennett went to strike him for that dark look in his eyes, but he stopped mid-swing. Someone called his name, urgent business. Bennett hissed one last warning about the next hunt and rushed off to deal with it. Arthur watched him go, intrigued by the personality shift and this sudden obsession with forcing a team-up. Then he realized the truth. It wasn't a mystery at all. Bennett had finally crossed that line. He'd taken a life. Arthur knew that feeling all too well. 1 month later, Arthur was sitting down for a meal with his master, old man 𝒖𝒎𝒎𝒏𝒆𝒅. The master was shocked. Arthur had spent a small fortune on this spread. He explained that with his earnings up and his gear needing upgrades, he figured he could afford some high-end luxury for once. 𝒖𝒎💏💆 gave him a good scolding for the waste, but he knew the truth. He realized Arthur was just homesick for the rich, fatty foods he'd grown up with back in his old life. Since 𝒖𝒎💏💆 couldn't eat, he just offered Arthur a cigarette instead. Then, his voice turned serious. The forced hunt was less than 72 hours away. 𝒖𝒎💏💆 had one piece of advice: go all out, no holding back, and Arthur, he was more than ready to deliver. Master Alistair pointed out how Lord 𝒖𝒎💏💆 was dragging his own student into this, claiming the kid was faster than anyone in the entire kingdom. Julian finally got it. This harvest wasn't just a hunt, it was a bloodbath, and taking a life changed everything. His mentor kept it real. You need hidden aces, and you've got to bury that nice guy routine if you want to survive. Julian was already ahead of him there. The young man stood there, chilled to the bone. He thought of his first kill, swearing to never forget his master's cold, hard truth. And with that heavy weight on his shoulders, the armless master seemed relieved. He apologized for getting so dark and suggested they finally start their meal. As they dug into the roast bird, Julian realized his master knew about his kills even without being told. It fueled his fire. He had to survive this and get them both out of this cursed kingdom in 3 days. Then it happened. The portal tore open. Every knight and mercenary braced for the slaughter. Julian took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart by remembering just how far he'd come. This was it, no turning back. He stepped forward and vanished into the swirling gateway. A flash of blinding light later, he was standing under a violet moon in a pitch-black wasteland with the rest of the fodder. Just as he wondered what the hell was next, a figure appeared out of thin air with a casual wave. It was a demon. Seeing the fresh faces, the creature introduced himself as 𝒂𝒑𝒏𝒆𝒅, the high enforcer of the harvest. One of the nobles snapped at him to cut the talk and get to the point. 𝒂𝒑𝒏𝒆𝒅 just grinned, noting the man's usual fiery attitude. Julian watched the demon closely. Anyone who could take an insult like that with a smile was dangerous. Then 𝒂𝒑𝒏𝒆𝒅 revealed the map. A massive structure materialized before them, the Spire of Eternity. Everyone was floored. Knight Tristan and Lady Seraphina stared up at the massive tower, stunned that something so huge could just appear. 𝒂𝒑𝒏𝒆𝒅 laughed it off, saying names didn't matter. The goal was simple: climb to the 5th floor to survive the hunt. But there was a catch. The final door only opens once every 10 days. Until then, it's locked tight. The demon added with a sick cheer that anyone who failed to ascend would simply fade away with the map. The mercy option for the weak. Julian realized why this monster was so hated. 𝒂𝒑𝒏𝒆𝒅 then handed out enchanted watches to keep track of the remaining time. Rule number 2, no free rides. You need 100 confirmed kills just to step foot on that final floor. Rule 3, the monsters carry black tokens worth 1,000 points each, plus rare skill-imbued rings. Then came the kicker: you can steal watches from other hunters to take their entire kill count for yourself. The tension in the air instantly spiked. Julian saw the trap immediately. Why work hard when you can just murder the strongest guy and take his score? Rule 4 was the real killer. Anyone who stays on the same floor for more than a day gets their location pinged for every living thing to see. Lord Silas's face dropped. His men realized a massive group like theirs was basically a walking target now. Silas played it cool, though. He told his knights not to worry. With their combined strength, they were untouchable. Or so he said. In reality, he knew he was the only one who mattered. To him, his loyal teammates were just meat shields to be used and tossed away. Seraphina saw the truth. The final rule was designed to force everyone into a never-ending cycle of violence. Julian knew he was in a corner. Since he'd missed the previous hunt, he was a total unknown. Nobody wanted a wild card on their team, except Silas, who'd definitely stab him in the back. His only real shot, the redhead Seraphina. He started to work up the nerve to ask her, but he nearly jumped when she walked right up to him first. They were standing eye-to-eye now. Julian couldn't believe it. She was actually the one asking to team up. Seraphina kept it blunt. A loner like him wouldn't last a day without her. It was time to make a choice. Julian actually cracked a smile and agreed. Before he could even blink, she grabbed his arm and started dragging him away. "We need to move, now," Seraphina shouted. The games had already started, and every second wasted was a second closer to death. Once again, Julian was reminded, this girl was on a completely different level. Watching them run off together sent Silas into a blind rage. He ordered his men to charge in after them immediately. He was fuming about being rejected, but he calmed himself with a dark thought. He was going to enjoy making Julian suffer later. 𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒅𝒄𝒄, the enforcer, was just annoyed. The humans were rushing in so fast they didn't even let him finish his speech. Oh well, he'd explain the rest at the gate. Meanwhile, Julian was struggling to keep up. "Speed is great and all," he panted, "but maybe we should actually have a plan first." Seraphina didn't even look back. "No time for talking," she snapped. Every word they wasted was time they didn't have. Arthur felt a sudden chill, a nagging suspicion that he'd made a massive, life-altering mistake in choosing this path. Seeing how Lady Amelia charged forward without a single thought about hidden traps or ambushes, his anxiety only spiked. Amelia decided to follow his lead, asking which staircase he wanted to take, but Arthur just shook his head. At this point, the direction didn't even matter. They were walking into the pitch-black unknown, a fact Amelia silently acknowledged with a grim nod. Then, out of nowhere, the Herald of Ruin materialized directly behind them, his presence heavy and suffocating. They froze in pure horror as he explained a cruel truth. Despite their different paths, the difficulty was identical for everyone. Their choice, totally meaningless. Amelia snapped at the Herald, mocking how his kind always treated humans like helpless cargo, but he just smirked, claiming it was his way of helping them relax. Arthur realized right then that this creature was just as insufferable as that twisted jester demon they'd encountered before. He looked the Herald in the eye and asked if this Star War worked like the one in the village, specifically, if every team was trapped in their own separate dimension. Lord Cedric explained that the Grand Administrator manifests to every single contestant across the game at the exact same time. It was a cryptic explanation, and honestly, Arthur didn't understand a single word of it. The Herald seemed to be losing the thread of the conversation, so Arthur clarified. They didn't need to stress about rival teams for now. It was obvious the demon wanted to keep their specific floor a complete secret from the rest of the world. The entity grinned, clearly taking a liking to Arthur's sharp wit, before handing them both silver watches and telling them to treasure these artifacts forever. He explained the mechanics. Press the button once to see your kill-to-death ratio, and twice to reveal your exact coordinates in the labyrinth. That meant they'd always know their location on a new level, while 3 quick presses would pull up the global rankings. The demon then dropped a final hint. They'd be rewarded for their grit, but anything left behind during the reset would be erased from existence. Amelia's eyes widened as she realized that meant items would vanish. But if a bloodbath happened during the reset, the remains and the carnage wouldn't disappear. As Arthur realized how difficult it would be to find a safe hiding spot for their loot, the briefing finally came to an end. Amelia turned to him, making sure he hadn't missed a single detail of that overwhelming explanation. The herald laughed one last time, insisting they'd never find true happiness if they couldn't learn to have a little faith. Faith in others. Amelia found that ironic coming from a literal monster, while Arthur just focused on his own secret strategies for the trials ahead. She agreed to let him pick their next move, playfully bragging that as a top student at the Royal Academy, she didn't need to rely on cheap tricks. The herald watched them go, realizing this entertaining hero was exactly the one Julian had warned him about. But then, suddenly, he remembered a vital detail he'd forgotten to mention. The stairs change locations every single day, and on day 9, everyone gets reset to floor 1. A secret he kept to himself. Our heroes climbed the winding stone staircase and stepped onto the first floor, which was decorated in the twisted, macabre style favored by demons. They tried to check their location data, but Arthur was totally lost. Even knowing they were on floor 3, the numbers made 0 sense to him. Amelia stepped in, explaining that X marked left and right while Y was for forward and back, theorizing the units were measured in meters. This whole mission, it was a massive headache. Arthur reached for a cigarette to settle his nerves, but Amelia hissed at him to stop. The smoke would give their location away instantly. With the lecture over, they focused on the only thing that mattered, tracking the coordinates of those elusive exit stairs. After some careful scouting through the shadows, they spotted them, the restless monsters known as Bone Knights. Amelia whispered that she'd encountered them before in the castle ruins, but she never expected to find them lurking here. Arthur was impressed. The castle ruins were a notorious death trap, even for seasoned warriors. She quickly clarified she'd only looked at the ruins from the outside without actually entering, which Arthur figured was the only reason she was still breathing. Arthur began to analyze the movements of the undead soldiers, looking for a weakness. Rumor had it these nights were nightmares for rookies who slacked on their training. He could handle them here, but the ruins were still way out of his league. He leaned over to his partner, his voice steady. "We should be able to wipe these guys out without much trouble." Arthur took point, charging in first while Amelia waited for her opening. Right then, he activated his first unique skill. He burned his mana to supercharge his physical stats, temporarily boosting his movement to a staggering rank 6 agility. He lunged toward a massive scaled marauder, catching the beast completely off guard. Arthur slammed into the monster as it tried to swing a heavy claymore to defend itself. But it was useless. Arthur was too fast, bypassing the blade and slashing through the creature's scales with his razor-sharp gauntlet claws. But as he felt the impact, he frowned. The damage was too shallow. He just wasn't packing enough punch to end this fight quickly. With the monster wounded, Arthur lunged back into the fray, moving so fast it left his partner breathless. Lady Alina stared in disbelief, wondering if this man was truly just a low-ranked squire. Just like that, the scaled soldier collapsed, torn apart by those brutal goblin claws. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. That was almost too easy. When Alina muttered about being useless baggage, he just laughed it off, telling her to stop with the bad jokes. She wasn't kidding, though. In all her years at the academy, she'd never seen speed like that. Arthur just shrugged. It was all thanks to a short burst skill he'd been perfecting, nothing more, nothing less. But he was clearly holding something back, fidgeting like he had a secret to spill. Alina lost her patience. "Just say it already." So he reminded her of his unique diet. It took a second to click, but then she remembered who she was paired with, the infamous Beast Eater. Alina absolutely lost it. A snack, right now. But Arthur stood his ground. He needed the energy if they were going to survive the next floor. "Look, just let me do my thing," he pleaded. "Besides, we have to gut these things to find the tower tokens anyway." With a heavy sigh, the redhead stepped aside, letting the madman work. Arthur gave her a quick nod of thanks. He dived toward the dead lizard man while Elinor watched in pure disgust. Arthur knew these types had cores, so he started dissecting the beast, joyfully digging through the remains. A few messy moments later. Success! He found the perfect piece and swallowed it whole, while Elinor looked on in absolute horror. The payoff was instant. His endurance ticked up, already higher than Sir Cedric's, and it would have been double if he'd focused on health. Arthur was buzzing with excitement over how fast he was growing, but Elinor snapped him out of it. Tokens, Arthur, focus. Seeing that wild grin on his face, yeah, she was officially convinced. This guy was a total psychopath. Soon enough, they secured their first tower token, a heavy coin made of strange metal. Elinor started walking, ignoring Arthur as he tried to bring up the loot split. She turned back with a glare. 50-50, Arthur, don't make it weird, just do the normal thing and split it. She urged him to pick up the pace. They needed to hunt as much as possible if they wanted to make it through the night. Arthur followed, hiding his secret for now. Consuming those glowing marbles was the only way to get ahead, even if his partner found it revolting. He still wasn't sure if he'd ever tell her, unless, of course, it became the only way to win this twisted event. Meanwhile, a brutal skirmish broke out on the second floor. A group of knights finally took down their target, cheering over how simple the kill was. They were convinced they'd easily reach the required kill count. But their leader, Baron Blackwood, slipped away into the shadows. He wasn't planning on sharing. His real goal? Kill his own men on the final day, steal their glory, and seize the top spot on the leaderboard. Blackwood knew the only rule that mattered, ranking over survival. As the demon said, effort will be rewarded. He checked the rankings again. If he wanted to be at the top, he had to start harvesting everyone else's progress. He was lost in his dark thoughts when a teammate interrupted him. The man laughed, saying they probably wouldn't even run into other teams on this easy floor. The Baron played the part of the perfect leader, giving the team all the credit. But in secret, he was already marking them for death. They were happy about not having competition. How pathetic. The young knight praised the Baron before mocking the idiots, who chose to strike out on their own, leaving Blackwood curious. He was talking about Arthur and the redhead, those two fools who dared to charge ahead without the Baron's protection. Blackwood remembered Arthur. He'd helped the boy once before, and yet Arthur chose to run off with a girl instead of serving him this time. Jealousy flared in the Baron's chest. That brat, playing hero with a beautiful woman. It was a fatal mistake, one he'd make sure Arthur regretted when he personally ended both of their lives. Back in the desert, a scaled marauder lunged. Arthur met the strike head-on, blocking the heavy blade with his own claws. The monster's power was overwhelming. Arthur's arms were shaking when a voice rang out, "Arthur, fall back now." He didn't need to be told twice. He broke the lock and leaped away just in time. The marauder prepared to finish him, but he didn't see Elinor coming. She roared, unleashing a legendary skill, the strike of the magic warrior ridden. The lizard raised its blade in a desperate shield. "Pathetic," she cried. The monster's sword began to spiderweb with cracks before shattering into 1,000 shards. A clean thrust. The beast was dead. Arthur stood there, completely floored by the sheer power his partner had been hiding. Elinor just wiped her blade. "Our styles might be different, but hey, we make a pretty good team." Arthur couldn't help but call her out. "Useless," she'd said. After seeing that, he realized he'd have to seriously rework his plans to match her strength. As they picked up the next token, Elinor gave him a playful smirk. "My turn to hold the coin, hero. Let's move." Arthur insisted Lady Evelyn take the power core first. Why? To boost her strength. Meanwhile, his mind was racing, thinking about the endless waves of monsters he could farm to reach a whole new level of power. But there was one massive problem. Their strategy, it was a total mess. See, Evelyn was a rogue with a lethal, unblockable skill. Arthur knew he had to be careful, even though he was the one doing all the heavy lifting. He really wanted to trust her, but in this world, trust is a luxury. Then he remembered his master's words. Everything clicked. He turned to a very confused Evelyn and dropped a bombshell. The plan had to change right now. As the noble lady realized he didn't fully trust her yet, our hero stood his ground. He wasn't trying to be mean, he just wanted a better way for both of them to survive. After a tense silence, Lady Evelyn took a breath and agreed to listen to his pitch. Surprised she was actually being reasonable, Arthur laid it out. No more of him just being a meat shield while she waited for the killing blow. His new idea? Simple but effective. He'd force the beast to turn its back to her, giving her a perfect opening for a fatal backstab every single time. When he asked what she thought of the tactical shift, the warrior admitted it made sense. It took the pressure off him, no more worrying about a knife in his back, and let them split the glory 50-50. But when he tried to defend his logic, she snapped. The dark, icy look she gave him, absolutely terrifying, it left him completely stunned. Lady Evelyn made it clear. They were partners for survival, not just convenience. She told him straight up, they needed to stick together until the bitter end, no justifications needed. Arthur realized he'd accidentally hurt her feelings, and seeing that sad expression on her face, that actually stung. Shortly after, it was back to business. Arthur squared off against a monstrous soldier, and after a brutal struggle, the young man started to dominate. The creature couldn't keep up. Sensing an opening, Arthur sent it reeling with a heavy blow before driving a set of boss-level claws deep into its chest. The beast was gushing blood, but he wasn't done yet. He shredded through its iron plate armor with raw strength, hoisted the massive creature into the air, and slammed it into the dirt with a bone-shattering thud. He wiped the gore from his hands. The fight was finally over. Evelyn couldn't help but tease him, saying he looked exactly like that clawed comic book hero from the old world. Arthur just shook his head. Not even close. Arthur told her to stop slacking, but she just laughed it off. They'd already bagged 3 monsters, and in her eyes, he was just being way too hyper. After another round of bickering, Evelyn started thinking. Arthur was evolving at a terrifying speed. Ever since that stint in the forest, these high-level monsters looked like child's play to him. Meanwhile, Arthur stumbled onto the exact core he'd been searching for, pure luck. Evelyn, on the other hand, was busy calculating the massive amount of points they were raking in. She was just about to ask about his mysterious teacher, the one responsible for this insane growth, when Arthur cut her off. He told her it was her turn for the loot and asked why she looked so distracted all of a sudden. She played it cool, claiming she hadn't reacted at all. According to her, she only lets her guard down around people she truly trusts. Silence, then total awkwardness. Both of them were blushing like crazy. Arthur tried to get her to repeat herself, but she immediately pivoted, claiming she was suddenly starving. He tried to push for an answer, but she shut the subject down hard. Nutrition is essential for the hunt, period. No more questions. Fine, Arthur gave in. It was time for a meal. Evelyn asked about his water supply, admitting she was running low. Arthur checked his pack and realized he only had 1 bottle left. She actually mocked him for it. Honestly, who comes to a deadly dungeon without enough water? Arthur just smirked and pointed toward a nearby fountain. Evelyn called it shady and refused to touch the stuff, leading Arthur to ask if she was missing a certain item. The water definitely looked like liquid poison. But Arthur reached into his pocket and pulled out a pouch of purification powder. It's a cheap, basic item that every pro should carry in bulk. A single pinch makes almost any sludge safe to drink. Evelyn admitted she'd only packed the essentials and combat gear. Without a word, Arthur handed over enough powder to last her through the entire event. She was stunned and tried to offer him gold for it, but Arthur just waved her off. He had plenty of the cheap stuff to spare. She insisted that in a place like this, clean water is priceless. To her, this meant she now owed him a massive favor. That's when he admitted it. This kindness was deliberate. Arthur explained that he'd been doing a lot of soul-searching about trust since they arrived. He'd seen how easily she executed those other attackers. No hesitation. He couldn't help but wonder, would she have been that cold-blooded back home? According to our hero, this kingdom was a different world entirely. It forces your philosophy to shift. Some parts of you stay the same, but other parts, they change forever. Evelyn looked at him, completely lost. She didn't get the connection between his deep thoughts and their current situation. So he made it simple. Everything he'd done, the planning, the items, the caution, it was all because of her. 𝒂𝒓𝒅 was caught off guard when she noted his decisive nature, acting as if he'd seen the script before. She was stronger than him, and that's a fact. Her sheer willpower actually terrified him because change is scary, yet she remained steadfast in her noble knightly code. Lady Alara made it clear. The young man didn't owe her a single thing. To him, she was a light in the dark, and he wanted to protect their shared values in this cursed land until the very end. He thanked her again, but, get this, admitted he still didn't trust her. He was only handing over the powder she'd earned. 𝒂𝒓𝒅 finally got where the guy was coming from. He looked at the gift and swore he wouldn't waste it. A moment later, Lady Anya was just glad to have mana capsules, even if they lacked the warmth of a real meal. That's when our hero had a brilliant idea. He offered her some snake jerky, swearing it was gourmet stuff. She just looked at him like he was crazy and asked what he was doing. The young man was checking the leaderboard. Anya thought it was a waste of time since they weren't even close to the top yet. But the names on that list, chilling. Seeing his mentor sitting at rank 4 made 𝒂𝒓𝒅 wonder, what does it take to reach the summit? He started remembering his master's warnings about the great hunt being a literal graveyard. The old man claimed he'd reached the peak, but kept it quiet to stay humble. His mastery of the marauder class was his ticket to the top. Then he looked his disciple in the eye and told him to be ruthless. Do whatever it takes to survive this hellish abyss. If not, he'd end up broken and crippled just like his teacher. Suddenly, Anya snapped him back to the present. They needed to find the exit, and fast. 𝒂𝒓𝒅 mused over how kindness was a death sentence here, yet he still refused to become a complete monster despite the pressure. Our hero had one goal: gain enough power to live on his own terms. He'd grind until he dropped, taking his teacher's advice to heart. That was it. He was more determined than ever to climb the ranks and seize real power. Finally, they found the exit. They'd been wandering this level for 12 hours, and Anya was keeping track of every step. She noted they'd covered 4.5 kilometers, with 2.5 more to go before they could escape this dungeon. As 𝒂𝒓𝒅 pointed out, they'd been trapped in this maze for 13 hours already. This magic tower was way bigger than the map suggested. Approaching the exit was risky, though. Other squads would be camping there, so 𝒂𝒓𝒅 played it safe and stayed hidden. He told her to memorize those coordinates and stay sharp for whatever came next. Remember the enforcer's warning. Their location drops every 24 hours. They only had 11 left, so Anya suggested hitting the stairs. But 𝒂𝒓𝒅 knew the clock resets the moment they change floors, buying them precious time. Anya argued it was better to stay and farm, since the monsters here were actually worth the effort and cores. Then she brought up sleep. 6 hours, that was the deal she proposed. 𝒂𝒓𝒅 agreed. That still left them with 5 hours of free time to get things done. And you know what that means. Time to grind. Our duo charged back into the fray once again. 𝒂𝒓𝒅 calculated they had just enough time to butcher 50 lizards. That meant 40 more cores to boost his strength significantly. The thought of all that loot made him grin like a maniac, which honestly creeped Anya out. 5 hours later, the hunt was finally over. He was dead tired, but Anya was impressed. Hunting for 18 hours straight, that's some legendary endurance right there. The haul was massive, 86 tokens and a huge stat boost from his core diet. He checked his status window and almost lost it. If he kept this up, all his stats except magic would hit rank 6 by tomorrow. 5 minutes of pure, godlike invincibility. That was the dream. Once again, he realized that picking his unique skill was the best move he'd ever made in this game. He decided to keep the cores hidden, effects a secret for now. Too early to show his full hand to his partner. The redhead warned him to watch for high-level threats, but our guy was already 2 steps ahead of the game. A little while later, they stepped onto the 4th floor of the spire. Anya thought the mine-like layout was weird, but 𝒂𝒓𝒅, He saw an opportunity in the terrain. He explained they could use the debris to build a hidden bunker and finally get some safe sleep. Our knight shook his head, pointing out that any container large enough to hide both of them would look way too suspicious to the guards. Caspian realized he'd messed up and quickly pivoted, suggesting they dig a hidden trench instead. His partner looked totally lost, so he explained it was a tactical foxhole, exactly what vanguard soldiers use for sudden ambushes. Lady 𝒎🎏 stared at him, convinced he was some high-ranking officer in disguise, until he admitted he just saw the trick in a theater play once. She let out a soft chuckle and told him to get a move on, since they only had 24 hours before their window closed. Caspian noticed something critical. The second and third levels of these tunnels shared the exact same layout. He started rushing to find the perfect spot to dig, but 𝒎🎏 stopped him cold. They didn't even have a shovel. He began grumbling to himself, hoping this cursed mine would at least have one decent tool lying around. When suddenly, bam, 𝒎🎏 grabbed his shoulder, forcing him down and telling him to look away. Our hero was absolutely startled. But she wasn't playing around. She pointed into the gloom, and there it was, a fallen dwarf lurking alone in the tunnels. Lady 𝒎🎏 pulled back into the shadows, signaling for them to stay completely invisible. Caspian, struggling to see in the pitch black, whispered that these creatures usually hunt in packs. 𝒎🎏 gripped her hilt, ready to stay hidden. Then Caspian's eyes widened. He realized the enemy was actually flying solo, no backup in sight. He explained that he'd inherited the specialized vision of his late scout friend, a gift he hadn't fully appreciated until he was forced to hunt in total darkness. A shadow of grief crossed Caspian's face. Even from beyond the grave, his old comrade was still watching his back in the depths of the earth. The fact that this floor was soft dirt and the monster was carrying a shovel felt almost too convenient, like fate was playing a prank. But the ferocious knight wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. He unsheathed his claws. "We can't watch him forever," he hissed, as he and 𝒎🎏 charged the fallen dwarf to finish this once and for all. Moments later, Caspian was stunned. The shovel that looked so heavy in the monster's hands felt as light as a feather to him. He didn't have time to celebrate, though, as 𝒎🎏 urged him to start digging the trench immediately. Then came the hunger. Our knight mentioned it was mealtime, but turned green when he realized he'd have to eat a dwarf. They looked way too human for his taste. 𝒎🎏 rolled her eyes, having expected him to be a picky eater, and suggested they find a safe spot to actually cook. After a bit of searching, they found a secluded corner that was perfect for avoiding any nasty surprise attacks. Caspian noted they'd already burned 30 minutes on the 4th floor. He started lecturing her on how to camouflage the hole, but she just shut him down, saying she knew what she was doing. When he asked how long they should actually sleep, she decided 5 hours was the limit. Caspian then started scavenging for junk to hide the holes they'd just dug. 𝒎🎏 pointed toward some nearby minecarts, suggesting they use them as a natural-looking screen. Once the carts were in place, they both breathed a sigh of relief. It was the perfect hiding spot. Honestly, it would have made a great permanent base. Realizing they'd already wasted too much time, 𝒎🎏 insisted they go to bed immediately. Caspian panicked for a second because they didn't have an alarm, but 𝒎🎏 reminded him that in this realm, people wake up by instinct, not technology. He wasn't totally convinced, so he proposed that whoever woke up first should wake the other. 𝒎🎏 agreed, though she muttered about how she never expected a lady of her status to sleep in a literal hole. With the plan set, they each crawled into their pits. Caspian was cramped and uncomfortable, but he knew he couldn't afford to complain. He lay there thinking about his new life, and how his body now naturally woke up before dawn without any help. It made him wonder if he'd truly adapted, or if he was becoming a different person entirely. Back home, this would have been impossible. But he shook it off, assuming that once he gained enough power, all his questions would finally be answered. As he drifted off, he saw 𝒎🎏 in his dreams. She gave him a cold, murderous glare, judging him for every life he'd taken. Suddenly, Caspian bolted upright in a cold sweat. The nightmare left a lingering sense of pure dread in his chest. He scanned the area, still safe. No enemies had spotted them, and they had hit the 5-hour mark exactly. He started grumbling about the miserable dirt pit, already missing the warmth of his small hut. Time to get moving. He went to wake 𝒎💏, but when she didn't respond, he knocked on her hiding spot again, only to be met with a sharp blade pointed right at his face. "Whoa, what's with the lethal wake-up call?" he gasped. 𝒎💏 just stared at him in silence for a moment. She finally lowered the sword, explaining she's always combat-ready, and that his annoyed face told her the coast was clear. With the tension broken, the two of them resumed their trek through the darkness, confirming they were once again alone in the deep. Lady 𝒎💏 was genuinely blown away by how well the plan worked, but her partner just shrugged it off, deadpan, telling her he's no idiot. Then, the conversation turned toward the horrors waiting for them in the dark. "It's a nightmare, the whole place resets every single day. But our hero, he wasn't even thinking about the monsters, he was obsessed with the tokens." He almost let his thirst for consuming cores slip, but 𝒎💏 caught a vibe and started teasing him about monster hearts, laughing as he got visibly annoyed. Suddenly, snap, they sensed something. Arthur's eyes lit up when he saw their new targets, iron shell grunts. Talk about a lucky break. But don't let the name fool you. Even if they knew how to hunt these things, taking them on was going to be a total grind. There were way more of them than on the previous floor, like, a lot more. 𝒎💏 pointed out the obvious. If these things group up, even a seasoned knight is in deep trouble. One-on-one? Fine, a mob, lethal. Arthur didn't care. He unsheathed his claws, thinking only about one thing, getting stronger and doing it fast. 𝒎💏 was practically begging him not to do anything suicidal, but was he listening? Probably not. Boom! He popped 2 unique skills and charged straight into the fray, telling her to just wait for his signal while she yelled for him to stop. The monsters didn't know what hit them. Arthur knew his limits, though. He could only handle 2 of these scaled beasts at once. Even with 𝒎💏 backing him up, he knew the math didn't look great for a head-on clash. Facing 3 Drakelings was a death wish, since 𝒎💏 needed a clear opening to use her magic. So, Arthur decided to use these grunts as a stepping stone to power up as fast as humanly possible. He went full savage with his goblin claws, determined to rip out and consume every single core before they vanished into thin air. First one, down, a clean stab right through the jaw. He didn't even stop to breathe. He pivoted, charged the second one, and delivered the exact same lethal blow. Just like that, 2 lizard men were history. 𝒎💏 stood there, jaw dropped, watching her partner grow stronger right before her eyes. After a bit of quick work with the blade, Arthur had his first meal of the day. Finding 2 cores in one go, that's what I call a lucky streak. He actually thanked the monsters for the food. Meanwhile, 𝒎💏 looked like she wanted to vomit. The expression on her face, pure horror. She was literally shivering. She told Arthur they needed to move, and fast, which totally confused him since he'd just gotten a massive stamina boost. She explained the logic. They needed to scout the other floors and figure out what other nightmares were lurking in this kingdom. Intel is everything. Arthur tried to argue they still had half a day left to kill, but she shut him down. This wasn't about the clock. Since they both had over 100 kills, they needed to prioritize survival over bloodlust. Getting info without a fight is always the smarter play. Arthur agreed, technically, but he still wanted to stay and farm just a little bit more. If he kept this pace, he'd hit rank 6 health by the end of the hunt. Plus, his other stats would be through the roof. So he played the safety card, trying to convince her that staying with monsters they already knew was the safer bet. 𝒎💏 wasn't buying it. She insisted they needed to know about the other creatures, and more importantly, the other teams of knights. Arthur lied through his teeth, claiming he only had 86 kills. 𝒎💏 didn't think it was a big deal. But she figured he should at least hit 100. You never know what's coming next in this place. Our boy really has a thing for these lizards, doesn't he? He denied it, of course, swearing he just wanted to stick to the monsters he was most comfortable with. When she asked if he had some secret motive, He looked her in the eye and said he just wanted to survive this whole ordeal without any drama. 𝒂🍏 thought about it. Fine, just a little more time. She gave in, but on one condition: they leave the second he's done. In a place this tricky, intel is life or death. She knew she had to compromise. Fighting with your partner in a dungeon, that's how you get killed. Arthur realized things were getting weird. The way she was looking at him, it actually gave him the creeps. Not long after, another drakeling met its end at the tip of Arthur's blade. When she asked if he was finally satisfied, he said yes. But 𝒂🍏 was fuming. The guy had killed 17 extra monsters and wasted 2 whole hours. He tried to play it off as teamwork practice and even offered her some tokens to calm her down. Inside, he knew he'd lost it. That hunger to level up, it's taking over. He had to scramble to catch up as she stormed off ahead. A bit later, he tried to scout from behind a stone wall. Only to find, you guessed it, another lizard man. 𝒂🍏 was absolutely livid as he charged off on his own again. By the time they finished roaming the halls, she was just done. 8 more monsters down, and her partner was still acting like he couldn't get enough. She absolutely lost it on him. Arthur just shrugged it off, claiming he was only distracting himself with a quick little side quest. But then something caught his eye. He pointed it out to 𝒂🍏, who immediately tensed up, assuming it was just another monster lurking in the shadows. She looked over and her jaw dropped. There was nothing there, absolutely nothing. It was like the world just ended. Arthur frowned, looking around the empty space. Are you sure this is where the stairs are supposed to be? He read out the exact coordinates again. 𝒂🍏 checked her watch, double-checking the numbers. No mistake. That's when the reality of their situation finally set in. The warden hadn't said a word about this. The exits in this place change locations every single day. Talk about a massive headache. 𝒂🍏 glanced at her watch again, her expression turning grim. They both realized the clock was ticking. They couldn't afford to waste a single second on trash mobs. It was time to haul and find the new location. Without a second thought, 𝒂🍏 bolted ahead, charging into the unknown. Arthur followed, fuming at the warden for the wasted effort. They had to find that exit, and they had to find it now. Suddenly, contact. Monsters dead ahead at 12 o'clock. Great, just what they needed, another delay they didn't have time for. The beasts lunged, but our duo didn't even slow down, dicing them into ribbons before continuing their frantic search. They kept slashing their way toward the 4th floor. A creature almost caught 𝒂🍏 off guard, but Arthur was there in a heartbeat, taking it down from behind. Exhausted, 𝒂🍏 started to wonder if they were just chasing ghosts. Where is that exit? She panted. Don't quit on me now, Arthur urged. We've already survived 20 hours in this literal hellhole. 𝒂🍏 looked at him. He was reliable, she had to admit that. Even if he looked like a total rank amateur, his stamina was absolutely off the charts. Right from the start, Arthur's growth had been terrifying. His stats were already rivaling hers at a pace that made no sense. But now, he was pulling ahead. Watching him take down 2 elite legionnaires on his own, she could feel the gap between them widening. She started wondering if it was his diet that gave him such insane strength. Honestly, it was pretty frustrating that he wouldn't share his secrets with her. She looked down at the gift he'd given her, lost in thought for a second, before Arthur snapped her back to reality. They'd finally found them, the stairs. Arthur pointed out how the exit moves daily, but 𝒂🍏 saw the bigger picture. It was a trap designed specifically to break the contestants. Everything resets every 24 hours. If you can't keep track of the time and the shifting exits, you're basically finished. 𝒂🍏 proposed heading to the next floor to scout for intel and looked to Arthur for the green light. We start the clock the moment we step foot on that floor, Arthur said, nodding. Let's move. 𝒂🍏 was a bit surprised. She really thought he'd want to stick around and farm more experience points. She found herself remembering the words of the veteran hunter. He talked about keeping your values and holding on to hope. She wondered if things like that actually existed on this brutal continent. Regardless, 𝒂🍏 decided to focus on her own power for now. She'd get stronger on her own and worry about paying Arthur back later. Arthur noted that the layout of the floor looked exactly the same. Elena explained that only the monsters were different this time. She pointed toward the shadows, identifying the common mountain beasts known as gnolls. She started explaining how dangerous they could be. They hunt in packs and call for backup, so Arthur made the call, skipped the fight and head straight for the second floor. The real reason for the retreat: gnolls don't have cores. Arthur started wondering if the lizards were the only ones worth the trouble. He figured each floor had one specific type of monster, meaning 4 types in total. But Elena corrected him. There are 5, including the frost dwarves. Arthur hoped the next floor actually had cores, but then a strange sound echoed through the halls. Elena looked at him, curious. Still want to check out level 2. Arthur agreed, thinking they needed the intel. But when they reached the second floor, he was distracted by the weird decor while Elena stayed focused on that mysterious noise. "Let's find the source," Arthur suggested, his curiosity piqued. Elena checked the time. They had a decent window before the next big reset. "Fine, let's explore this floor a bit," she agreed. She reminded him they still had to check the other levels and couldn't afford to dawdle. Arthur nodded. He was on the same page. And just like that, they were off again. They charged ahead, with Elena using her sword to leave deep gashes in the walls as markers. Arthur gave her a quick thumbs up. It was a classic Hansel and Gretel move. She told him it would cut down their search time, then teased him for letting her handle all the navigation and timekeeping. Arthur just grunted, low-key annoyed that he kept forgetting the small details like that. Still, it felt pretty good, reassuring, even. For the first time, Elias actually had someone he could count on to cover his tracks when things went sideways. The duo noticed something weird, though. This floor was ghost quiet, hardly a single monster in sight. Then a sound. Elias' hand went to his blade, but before he could even whisper, Lady Anna shushed him. She was focused, straining to catch that strange, distant noise. That's when they heard it, a cold, ominous voice echoing through the stone halls. Elias realized what it was instantly. A death knell, the signal for any party that stayed on one floor for way too long. He figured the sound was coming right from their enchanted watches. He gestured for Anna to watch as a mob of monsters closed in on a group of struggling knights. Anna whispered a quick warning, told him to keep his head down. Getting caught now would be a disaster. They peeked over the ledge and saw a nightmare. A group of contestants was barely holding on against a literal wall of monsters. Down there, a man wielding a blade of flickering crimson flames was gritting his teeth in pure desperation. This guy, a real piece of work named Alaric, raised his sword to strike. He couldn't believe his luck. Why was this floor suddenly crawling with the walking dead? Instead of leading, he just started blaming his 7 companions. He was furious they hadn't reached the stairs in time. See, nobody told them the layout of the kingdom's trial changed every single day. Now they were trapped on the clock, desperately hunting for the exit. But the zombies, they had other plans. They were completely surrounded. Alaric yelled that he was charging through and leaving anyone who couldn't keep up behind. But then he saw something creepy. The undead were actually pointing at him. Shaken, the nobleman unleashed a burst of magic, trying to blast the rotting creatures into dust. Up above, Anna had a bad feeling about the trapped group. She counted 40 zombies, while Elias admitted the sheer number of incoming ghouls was making even him feel uneasy. Anna pointed out that Alaric, the powerhouse with 3 distinct skills, was probably the only one who'd walk away from this alive. The man was a beast. He had coordinated explosion. Plus weapon enhancement, a shadow shield, and probably some kind of iron skin skill, too. Anna realized he really might be the great hope of the House of the Black Dragon. He looked backed into a corner, sure, but his magic reserves were absolutely massive. But Alaric was losing his cool. The zombies were relentless. He let out a roar of pure rage, a blue aura exploding around him that even caught Elias off guard. He went full berserker mode, blasting and carving through the monsters like they were paper. Elias recognized that move. It was the siphon of the Archmage, a unique, high-tier skill reserved for the settler class. It's a nasty power. It lets the user temporarily boost their own stats by literally stealing points from their enemies. It's perfect for creating an opening. Ilias frowned. A power like that would be a total nightmare to fight against, especially since it could mess with his own abilities. He watched the chaos unfold. It looked grim, but Ilias saw it, the tiny sliver of a chance for victory. Lady Anna was ready to walk. She suggested leaving those 8 men to their fate and moving on. But then Ilias spoke up. He wanted to save them. Anna just stared at him, totally stunned, but Ilias didn't blink. He meant it. Anna couldn't wrap her head around it. What was this hunter planning? Especially when she saw that clever, mischievous smirk grow on his face. Down below, the zombies were relentless. Every time Alaric thought he'd cleared a path, more undead surged forward. Getting overwhelmed by zombies, of all things, it was insulting. He figured this was it, the end of the line. He started calculating how to ditch his team so he could escape and find a better group. Only problem, he had no idea where the exits were. Then, suddenly, a scream. It was Ilias. He stumbled into view, pretending to be absolutely terrified by the zombie horde. Alaric saw this new, lucky arrival and felt a surge of hope. Finally, someone to use. He shouted an offer. Join his team, lure the zombies away and live. But Ilias just flat-out refused, acting like he was staring death in the face. Suddenly, Ilias screamed out to someone else about finding the stairs. Everyone froze, shocked. It meant this random kid actually knew the coordinates to the exit. The other contestants went wild, begging Ilias for help. But our boy just turned around and gave them the most casual, mocking smile before basically flipping them off. Not gonna lie, it was a legendary move. Every single one of them was left fuming and utterly stunned. Especially Alaric. He went ballistic, tearing through zombies with one goal, brutally ending the kid who just mocked him. And just like that, the whole group started moving. The rage-filled leader screamed at his men to keep up or die. He had so many skills active at once that his head was throbbing, but his pure, unyielding fury blocked out the pain. He hacked his way through the rot, but after a few minutes, he realized he'd lost sight of Ilias. His lackeys were panicking, shouting that the undead were gaining ground again. Alaric told them to shut up. He was hunting for his guide to freedom. And there he was, Ilias, face to face with a zombie, casually kicking it aside like it was nothing. Alaric growled, ordering the scared boy to get over there right now. Lord Bertram was fuming, absolutely livid that the young peasant couldn't even put down a single rot walker. He hacked through a ghoul that got too close, his mind racing with pure venom about how that weakling dared to desert him. He wanted blood. Once they'd put some distance between them, the commander barked out a roll call. One of his squires reported the news, battered and bruised, but every man was still breathing. Bertram grunted. Honestly, given they were staring death in the face, he'd take those odds. His priority shifted, find the exit or die. And then, there it was, right in front of him. The knights cheered, but Bertram shut them down fast. They weren't safe yet. They still had to clear this floor. Exhausted, he redirected the group toward the first level instead of the third. Behind them, the ghouls were screaming, ready for another wave. The terrified survivors scrambled out, slamming the heavy iron gates shut and leaving the hungry dead scratching at the wood. Back on the first level, Bertram paused. This place was a mess. The entrance to the legendary spire looked more like a damp cave. He was just about to restart his hunt for the runaway coward, when one of his knights stopped him. Bertram demanded they find the brat who mocked him, but the knight stood his ground. They needed to regroup. The men were exhausted, bleeding out, and needed a moment to catch their breath if they wanted to survive the next fight. Bertram hated it, but the logic was sound. They needed rest, and they needed it now. He ordered the squad to find a hidden corner far from the main path. No more surprises. Hidden behind the cold stone walls, Arthur heard everything. He grinned. His gamble had paid off. They'd actually fallen for it and headed to the first floor. "Good luck staying alive," he whispered. He wanted them dead, sure, but they needed to be alive for his plan to work. Shortly after, he met up with his partner, Isabella, who who immediately started chewing him out for being late. He just shrugged. Had to stay in the shadows until the coast was clear, obviously. Arthur started bragging about his master plan, saving the enemy without them even knowing it. He even claimed the Rotwalkers made his act look more convincing. Isabella just rolled her eyes, giving him a heavy dose of sarcasm. She asked why he'd even started without her. The ghouls could have swarmed him. She didn't say a word. She just pointed toward the ceiling. Another team must have triggered a trap, dragging the horde right toward them. Tragic, maybe, but Arthur was already eyeing the loot on the corpses. Moments later, a lone adventurer in the circle of death found himself completely surrounded by the rotting horde. He gave it one last desperate shot, charging forward with a scream, only to feel teeth sink deep into his neck. Watching from the shadows, the duo knew he was a goner. Isabella suggested waiting until the ghouls finished their meal before moving in. Arthur agreed. Time passed, the poor soul was, well, torn to shreds. The two stepped onto the scene. These foreign knights had put up a hell of a fight, but they didn't have the kill Count Bertram's team did. Arthur was practically buzzing. His inventory was bursting at the seams with loot. Isabella called him out for his creepy grin, but he didn't care. This haul was worth a king's ransom. She started inspecting the tokens they found. Arthur pointed out the obvious. They'd collected every single one. Just a few odd items left to split between them. With a sparkle in his eye, Arthur asked if he could keep the enchanted watches. Isabella didn't care. The scoreboard didn't mean anything to her. She offered him the armor, but Arthur passed. All he wanted was the heavy hatchet. "Doesn't suit you," she teased. Arthur just huffed and checked the kill counts recorded on the watches. 629 kills across 4 watches. Not bad. But not enough. 10th place on the leaderboards was still 4,500 kills ahead of him. 7 days left. He could do it, but first he had to deal with Lord Bertram. That snake would use his numbers to crush everyone, then backstab his own men to hoard the kills for himself. But betrayal is messy. The men Bertram stabs in the back will definitely fight back, leaving the noble lord weakened. And that's exactly when Arthur would strike. "I need a nap," Arthur groaned, the adrenaline finally fading. Isabella just smirked. All that running to the first floor, and he was still the same guy. 5 hours of sleep, that was the goal. He suggested they head deeper into the first floor, and for once, she didn't argue. Alaric realized the first floor, basically a mud-caked cave, was crawling with cave gnomes. These guys had shovels, which was perfect for digging their way through the dirt. His partner, Lady Alara, glanced at the pitch-black staircase and hesitated. Alaric couldn't help himself. He started teasing her for being a total scaredy-cat. She fired back immediately. She wasn't afraid of the dark, okay? She just didn't have magical night vision lenses like he did. Our hero was actually hoping to stumble upon some scaled crawlers. Ever since the random reset, they were the only monsters nearby carrying those precious mana cores. The reset, it was a constant threat, something Alaric had to keep at the front of his mind at all times. Once they hit the floor, Alara suggested hunting down a gnome for its shovel and finding a safe spot for the night. Alaric figured they wouldn't run into any rival night teams just yet. One stolen shovel, and a lot of sweat later, our heroes had finally finished digging their secret underground bunker. Alara mentioned she'd counted 2 other groups out there. Alaric knew exactly who they were, one team from the Eastern Duchy and another from the Northern Empire. Lady Alara noticed the eerie silence. Everyone was probably respecting the 24-hour penalty. Honestly, it hadn't even crossed Alaric's mind until now. Then it hit him. That one group they'd looted earlier. They were the only ones currently dead in this sector. Teams were barely interacting, which meant only one thing. The final event was going to be one massive, bloody gathering. He decided on a plan. The best move for a duo like them. Let the other teams butcher each other first, then swoop in and take out the winner to climb the leaderboard. But then Alaric stopped. Were these the thoughts of a hero or a devil? He was spiraling until Alara's voice snapped him back to reality. He blinked, asking her to repeat herself. She looked him in the eye and asked again, did he really want to return to their home kingdom? Alaric affirmed that was the whole point of this hellish journey. Seeing her look so down, he told her she needed to cheer up. He mentioned that some warriors grew incredibly powerful after surviving in this place for over a decade. But 𝒂𝒏𝒅 had lost hope. She'd heard of legends who had been trapped in this nightmare for 13 long years. What truly terrified her wasn't the thought of being imprisoned forever. It was the fact that she was actually getting used to this place. Killing was becoming easy. She was constantly looking over her shoulder, knowing anyone could try to end her life at any second. Sometimes it was even entertaining. This continent was warping their souls and their powers, which is why she was so obsessed with finding a purpose. Alaric was absolutely floored when she revealed her true goal. She wanted to hunt down the archdemon himself. She wanted to demand why he made them slaughter each other, and maybe even rough him up a bit. She wouldn't take no for an answer. She knew becoming that powerful would be nearly impossible. But to humiliate and insult the Dark Sovereign, that would make every struggle worth it. Hearing this, Alaric was completely blown away. He let out a small smile. Honestly, that was a pretty incredible reason to stay alive. The boy realized he wanted to grill the archdemon for answers, too. Just surviving wasn't enough anymore. Without a higher goal, life in this tower was starting to lose its flavor. The new mission was clear. Defy the will of the demons, keep grinding for power, and eventually, face and defeat the Dark Sovereign. Later, as they lay down to rest, Alaric realized he'd gotten a bit carried away. This wasn't a game. There was no guarantee of a final boss. Only one thing was certain. Everyone here would eventually change, adapting to a world where death was just a part of life. He also realized why 𝒂𝒏𝒅 had finally opened up about her dreams. Back then, she was so scared of changing that she didn't realize she wasn't alone in this fight. Meeting Alaric changed everything for her, though he did find it hilarious that she initially pegged him as a total psychopath. 𝒂𝒏𝒅 explained that he wasn't like the others. He actually reminded her of the loved ones she'd left behind. Alaric played along, asking if she'd ever considered that he might be a total liar. She didn't skip a beat. She wasn't blindly trusting him. Her trust issues were so deep she barely even trusted her own mind anymore. Since Alaric was so undeniably strong, she asked for one selfish favor. Let her follow his values and stay by his side until the end. When he asked why she was suddenly getting so emotional and deep, she just shrugged it off as a hunch before falling asleep. Alaric wondered if he was the first person she'd ever truly opened her heart to. He began to realize there had to be a root cause for their twisted new philosophy. He blamed it all on the Dark Sovereign. He was determined to find that demon god, regardless of the odds, the monsters, or how much he might change along the way. Until that day finally came, until he met his target, he would hold on to that feeling of pure rage. Shortly after they settled in, a group of contestants wandered past their hideout. Suddenly, one of them stopped, looking intrigued. When his teammate asked what was wrong, he narrowed his eyes. He could sense another presence nearby. Arthur's friend quickly realized he was tracking by scent. "Are they far?" he asked. Arthur just shook his head. No. The guy figured their targets had already passed this spot. Better to find them now before pushing forward. And just like that, the enemy squad marched off. Once they cleared out, the hidden rock shifted back. Coast was clear. Sophia stretched out her stiff muscles while Arthur checked the time. Less than 6 hours left. Normally easy, right? Except the damn staircase here likes to move around. Total nightmare. A bit later, while trekking through the first level of the dungeon, our boy Arthur mentioned wanting to face Lord Raymond's knights. Sophia snapped at him. "Stop relaxing, we'll hit a horde." Arthur joked they could handle it. Sophia stared at him. Was he just that confident, or actually insane? Suddenly, Arthur froze. Up ahead, a pack of scaled snappers. 3 of them. The group noticed something worrying. The monster counts were definitely going up. As another day slipped by, Sophia looked at him. "Standard plan, right?" But Arthur shook things up. "I'll bait 'em, you finish 'em." He flashed a grin, Sophia, totally flustered. Honestly, our protagonist just wanted to grind, power up, become the beast he needed to be. He knew he could take 3 Legion soldiers alone. He charged in, bam, 2 of them, instantly sliced down. The last beast didn't even have time to blink before Sophia was on him. One clean thrust to the gut. Game over. Just like that, all 3 scaled monsters were history. Arthur shrugged. Easier than he thought. Experience really does change everything, doesn't it? But Sophia wasn't buying it. That sudden burst of speed, that wasn't just experience. Not a chance. As he started harvesting the loot, she put the pieces together. It had to be his weird diet. Arthur was deep in thought when she dropped the question. Is that a skill? She explained her theory. His eating habits were fueling his growth. Arthur looked horrified. She was on to him. He thought, is it time to spill? She was clearly getting suspicious of his sudden power spikes. He'd been consuming those monster cores without a word. He planned to tell her, eventually. He stayed quiet and she took it as a no, but he quickly recovered. Just surprised you asked. Sophia insisted. She'd seen his power. It's a passive, right? Triggered by what you eat. This actually got Arthur thinking. He remembered a legend, a rare skill that boosts stats slightly through consumption. A perfect cover. She was pressuring him hard. This gluttony skill was impossible for rookies, but it was the perfect lie. The words were on his tongue, but he hesitated. Sophia had been a good ally, but his old mentor's voice echoed in his head. Trust is a trap. Lowering your guard is suicide. Like a drunkard blabbing secrets, it only leads to one thing, death. Embarrassment is fine at home, but in the Midland realms, a leaked secret is a death sentence. So he looked her in the eye. Yeah, it's a skill. He went for the lie. He confirmed her theory to hide the true source of his terrifying growth. Sophia leaned in close to verify. Arthur got all flustered. Just making sure, she teased. Found it while hunting, he claimed. Pure luck. Sophia sighed, totally jealous of his good fortune. She admitted she hoped for an easy path to power. Arthur shut that down fast. No shortcuts here. With the air cleared, Sophia suggested they farm more while searching for the exit. Arthur nodded. Let's do it. He couldn't believe she bought it. But hey, it wasn't time to reveal his core secrets yet. His mentor was right. Staying wary of people was the only way to survive this place. Sophia would do anything for power, until she was as trustworthy as his mentor. The lie stays. Suddenly, thwack, an axe buried itself right in a Legion soldier's skull. The squad scrambled into combat. Arthur grinned. Getting faster, Sophia, she just hissed back, focus. Moments later, Alaric gutted the beast to claim its core. One swallow later, his endurance hit tier 6, and the guy was absolutely buzzing with power. Our hero was stunned. That usual bone-deep fatigue, completely gone. His physical limits had finally leveled up, leaving him feeling invincible. He figured it was just a post-evolution rush. Meanwhile, his partner Alara looked ready to collapse, insisting they find the exit, and he agreed. Alaric, he felt like he could run for days without a wink of sleep. He scouted ahead and tracked down the exit in record time. Good news, they had 10 hours left before the dungeon revealed their location to the world. Plenty of time to do some serious damage. He was hyped. Let's keep farming, he suggested, practically vibrating with excitement. But Alara was done. She was a vanguard who had pushed her limits way too far, and she was barely standing at this point. She explained she was at her breaking point and needed sleep. Alaric apologized immediately and suggested they find a safe floor to rest. They climbed the stairs back to the 4th floor, the most comfortable spot in this entire kingdom for catching some shut-eye. Walking back, it hit him. He had been totally selfish, hunting like a madman without even checking if his partner was doing okay. Once they settled in, the hunter actually found himself wishing for some monsters to spawn. He was literally complaining about the lack of reptiles. Everything was set for their nap, but Alara wasn't taking any chances. She needed 7 full hours of sleep just to keep up with him. 7 hours. That was her limit. They both crawled into their own safe alcoves, whispered their goodnights, and settled in for the night. But inside his little cave, Alaric was wide awake. His body was practically screaming with excess energy. Forget sleep. He decided to slip back out into the mines to farm, keeping one eye on their camp just in case. As he descended, he realized Tier 7 monsters only worked for same-tier skills. His Tier 6 vitality wouldn't even be touched by this hunt. Alaric decided this was the perfect time to grind his lagging magic power, especially since his Rush ability had such a quick cooldown. Suddenly, he ran into a pack of fallen dwarves, perfect targets. He went to swap his vitality points into other combat stats, but then... total disaster. His unique skill froze. It wouldn't work on his Tier 6 attribute, leaving him standing there absolutely horrified. Our boy was standing there, completely lost. He could not wrap his head around why his main trick was failing him now. Bad timing. The monsters spotted him and charged all at once. Before he could react, he was officially in a world of hurt. Glitch or no glitch, he had to survive. He decided to use this mess to see how far his raw, unassisted strength could take him. No more games. Hunter and monsters collided in a blur of cold steel and snarling teeth. One dwarf swung a blade, Alaric dodged by a hair. Then, a brutal counterattack. 2 dwarf heads hit the dirt instantly. He vaulted away from the last survivor, then lunged back in with a closed fist to finish the job. Just like that, it was over. Alaric let out a breath. He only survived because only 2 of them were actually using real weapons. He realized his limit. 3 of these guys at once was his max without skills. He needed to seriously level up his swordplay. But the worry was still there, eating at him. Without his gemstone camouflage to hide him, every single fight in this dungeon was about to get a whole lot deadlier. Then it clicked. His unique skill only allowed him to move points between attributes that were of the exact same tier. He felt like a complete moron. How on earth did he miss such a massive, glaring detail? Vitality was his only Tier 6 stat. That meant those points were trapped, no more relying on them to boost his other powers. He did not want to slow Elaira down with his mistakes, so he decided to go solo for a while, relying on his instincts. But he knew the risks. If he ran into a rival team while hunting for scaled ones alone, it would be a critical situation. Still, he committed. No skills until sunrise, just him, his blade, and the darkness of the mines. Meanwhile, in the camp, Elaira was trapped in a nightmare. In her dream, a shadowed figure was reaching out to grab her. Instinct kicked in. She landed a brutal kick right between the guy's legs, leaving him gasping in agony as she bolted. But he caught her arm and drew a dagger. She was pinned, the blade descending, and then she bolted upright, awake and gasping. She was drenched in a cold sweat. Alaric was just standing there, telling her she had slept way too long and he was opening the camp. Still shaken, she told him she would be out in just a minute. She checked the time. 7 hours. No, she had been out for much longer than she originally planned. She asked Alaric how much sleep he had managed to get. None, he replied. She was floored. How was he even standing? The guy started bragging, claiming his tear-up basically deleted his need for rest. He felt fresh as a daisy. Elaira was beyond confused. She stared at him, asking when on earth his vitality had actually evolved. Our hero just shrugged. Back when we were hunting, he said, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Kale stood there, axe dripping with fresh blood. Elaira narrowed her eyes, asking if he'd been hunting alone again, and the idiot just shrugged, saying he was being careful. Then he starts complaining about the ironclad sentinels appearing in 3-man squads, completely missing the fact that she was about to blow a fuse. But just as our hero reached into his pack to offer her a peace offering of food, she absolutely lost it, screaming at him for his reckless solo stunt and reminding him that if he dies, her own survival chances go down the drain. Then Elaira dropped the hammer, demanding that he start taking better care of her, his partner. That word, partner, it hit Kale like a brick and sent Elaira into a spiral of instant regret as soon as it left her lips. She brushed it off with a blush, told him to stay sharp, and stomped away in a classic fit of rage. She still couldn't believe she called him that, but her shock turned to awe when she saw him effortlessly taking on 3 Drakenspawn at once. After another apology from him, she finally started to believe his crazy stories about the monsters. She dropped the subject with one final warning, leaving Kale scratching his head when she suddenly made a request. The warrior clarified she wanted a piece of the dried venison he was snacking on, which actually made him pretty happy. As he handed it over, she couldn't help but think about how every soul in this kingdom was a liar or a traitor. She took a bite and muttered that his cooking wasn't as revolting as it looked, secretly wondering if this new partner was someone she could actually trust. 4 hours and 15 minutes into day 5, 23 survivors remain. Lord Blackwood's massive squad, despite getting absolutely thrashed earlier, was back in the game thanks to high-grade potions. Next up was the Eastern House with 7 men, followed by the Northern Knights with 6. 5 days in this hell, and only 4 people have bitten the dust. But things were about to get messy. The remaining teams were playing it safe, avoiding each other while they celebrated their survival. Meanwhile, our duo found the secret stairs. Alara suggested a break in the void chamber, but that place was a lot deadlier than they expected. According to Kale, the mountain monsters were a total pain because they never fought fair and always called for backup. And the cramped tunnels made it nearly impossible to kill all 3 before one could scream for help. Wishing they had more muscle on their side, the protagonist suggested finding a safe spot to sleep since they only had 6 hours until the cycle reset. Alara asked if he was done killing lizards for the day. He admitted he was drained. The only thing keeping him going was the rush from leveling up his mana. Suddenly, voices echoed from the stairs. Easterners. Kale signaled for silence, and Alara didn't need to be told twice to move. They ghosted back up the steps, heart rates spiking as the enemy closed in, before vanishing into the shadows of the 2nd floor. When she asked for the plan, he explained that resting before the reset was their only move. Below them, a man turned to his squad and asked if an hour's rest was all right before moving on. Not a single man dared to object. And just like that, the Eastern House settled in for a breather. Kale immediately started judging their leader for his amateur mistake of resting near the entrance, but Alara suspected it was a trap. They recognized him instantly, Duke Valerius. He was the boss, and according to Kale, the guy had the eyes of a snake. A bald soldier tried to suggest a more secure spot, but Valerius just shut him down, claiming the guard was already set. That's when a stranger walked up and started praising his leadership skills. Alara whispered that these men weren't soldiers to Valerius. They were just pawns he was using to climb the crown's ledger. Valerius looked at Lady Morgana and told her to keep her mouth shut if she wanted to keep her head. He bragged about how well things were going, making sure his assets were rested for the climb, because in this tower, the only thing that matters is your rank. Power is the only currency here, and he made it clear that only the 3 of them were the real core of the team. The Duke wrapped a hand around the lady's neck, warning her that if she messed up his plan before he grabbed the ultimate prize, he'd kill her without hesitation. Shocking everyone, Morgana just smirked and stroked his face, calling him interesting and admitting she wanted to see his twisted plan reach the end. Honestly, the single guys in the room were actually jealous of this psycho power dynamic. Valerius laughed, calling her a clever girl, while our heroes watched from the shadows, labeling them both as total lunatics. Kale noted that the Duke was obsessed with the scoreboard, while Alara just wanted to sneak out the moment they left. But Kale knew the truth. Sooner or later, they were going to have to go through the Eastern House. Lady Seraphina pointed out that the howling beasts were going to be a nightmare, suggesting they take a quick breather to regroup. But then she noticed something unsettling. Alistair, the beast slayer, was grinning like a total psychopath, and when she called him out on it, he just claimed it was a perfectly normal smile. Not wanting to argue with a madman, the lady had no choice but to let the matter drop. Asked if he'd challenge the Imperial Knights head-on, our knight made it clear he wasn't that suicidal. Instead, he whispered a truly insane plan to his partner. Seraphina nearly exploded when she heard the sheer madness of it, forcing him to quickly silence her before they were spotted. Alestair explained that they were destined to clash with a certain young prodigy, a killer who didn't let anyone stand in his way. Since the enemy was obsessed with their rank, and their leader was both brilliant and powerful, Alestair's plan needed the chaos of the beast horde to tip the scales. And so the move was made. He grabbed Seraphina's hand, leaving her completely stunned, as he told her from the bottom of his heart that her presence was the only way this plan would actually work. For a split second, the air changed. Then the girl snapped back to reality, flushed and angry, demanding that the boy let go of her hand immediately. The fiery lady agreed to the scheme, but warned him that if he got himself killed, she was leaving him behind. Our hero just smiled and thanked her. Meanwhile, as the Imperial Knights pushed deeper into the dungeon, Commander 𝒍𝒅 sensed something was wrong. The constant howling meant other hunters were nearby. It made no sense, though. The 24-hour penalty phase hadn't even started yet, so why was everyone so active? 𝒍𝒅 realized the noise only started up the moment they resumed their march. That's not a coincidence. He tried to calculate their position in the labyrinth, but then the truth hit him like a physical blow. Sir Garrick asked if something was wrong, but 𝒍𝒅 just screamed for everyone to hide. They had walked right into a goddamn ambush. The team was too stunned to move. 𝒍𝒅 looked around and realized the exit was already blocked. The trap was closed. Right at that moment, someone was sprinting through the halls with a massive horde of beasts nipping at his heels. It was our boy, Alestair. His logic. In a game like this, the best way to win is to let the monsters do the dirty work for you. The plan was simple. Wait for the Imperials to move, then bait them into a narrow section of the maze with 0 escape routes. Once they were in position, Seraphina gave the signal. Our heroes started sprinting, drawing their steel and slashing at everything in sight to drive the beasts into a total frenzy. Just like that, the hounds of the dungeon began to howl in unison. Seraphina had marked the walls and memorized the entire layout. Her speed and knowledge of the map were the only things keeping them alive. They had to lure enough monsters to overwhelm the Imperial Guard before the knights realized what was actually happening. Back in the tunnels, 𝒍𝒅 ordered his men to move out, but Garrick hesitated, seeing an enemy runner leading a trail of monsters right toward them. Commander 𝒍𝒅 could hear the baying of the hounds getting louder and louder by the second. Someone was literally herding the beasts right to their doorstep. Before they could even draw steel, the jaws of the trap had already snapped shut. The Imperial Knights watched in horror as Alestair charged toward them, screaming for help, while a literal sea of monsters followed him. The knights were baffled, shouting at the young man to get out of the way as he barreled straight through their formation. 𝒍𝒅 saw right through it. The boy was intentionally leading the pack to them, using a few monsters to bait the entire horde. But as he ordered a retreat, Seraphina appeared from another corridor, dragging even more shadow beasts with her. This was the endgame. She spotted her partner and made her move, as the Imperials began to panic and argue over what to do. Alestair blurred past them like a ghost, charging through their line and slashing a knight before vanishing with impossible speed. 𝒍𝒅, seeing his men losing their cool, screamed for them to follow the fleeing boy. But it was too late. The monster horde slammed into the Imperial team, causing them to lose sight of our hero completely. Just like that, the elite knights found themselves surrounded by a wall of snarling beasts. 𝒍𝒅 barked orders to fight to the bitter end, telling them to carve a path to the exit with their own blood if they had to. That's when a massive great beast launched itself at them. 𝒍𝒅 didn't flinch. He charged forward, imbuing his blade with explosive magic and detonating the monster in a single, brutal strike. He urged his men to show the world the strength of the Empire as they hacked through the endless wave of hounds. Meanwhile, our heroes were chilling at the gate, only to be surprised when the Imperial survivors showed up much sooner than expected. 𝒍𝒅 looked like he was ready to commit murder, but our hero, he didn't look worried at all. Just moments before, the commander was exhausted. Only 3 of them had actually made it to the exit, but the local monsters weren't about to let them go so easily. The knights of House Sterling braced for impact, knowing they were walking into a meat grinder. Alistair realized the mountain beast's reinforcements were closing in, but he didn't care about the danger. He just wanted to live long enough to butcher the man who had lured his team into this death trap. A cold, lethal desire to end the protagonist's life was the only thing keeping his heart beating. Meanwhile, the veteran knight Grog was holding back 2 monsters at once, and Lady Rowena was miraculously keeping her ground in the chaos. Rowena cut down her foes and rushed to check on Cedric, who gasped that he was still in the fight. Only for a shadowhound to lunge from the darkness, sinking its teeth into his throat as Rowena watched in absolute, paralyzed horror. She screamed, ready to throw her life away for revenge, but Alistair grabbed her, shouting that they had to retreat before they were all slaughtered. With tears streaming down her face, Rowena finally turned, and the 2 of them vanished into the forest. A few hours later, the last survivors of House Sterling finally managed to lose the monsters on their trail. Reynold pointed out that Alistair's arm was mangled, but the leader just growled that it would heal and to keep moving. When she realized they were the only ones left, Rowena broke down, the image of poor Grog's final moments flashing before her eyes. A heavy hand landed on her shoulder. Alistair. He told her they would mourn later. For now, they had a job to do. His voice was pure venom as he declared their new priority, finding and killing the hero. After trekking through the brush, the 2 knights finally hit the valley exit, but Alistair froze. Arthur was standing right there, and the sight of him sent Alistair into a blind rage. Arthur just looked up, casually remarking that they were earlier than he'd planned. Rowena looked like she wanted to rip his throat out with her bare teeth. Alistair promised he wouldn't show a shred of mercy, but our protagonist didn't even blink, claiming the knights were being way too dramatic, which sent Rowena over the edge as she screamed at him for being the reason Cedric was dead. Arthur just sighed, his expression going dark as he called them out for the irony, accusing him of murder when they were planning to sacrifice their own men just to climb the noble ranks. But Alistair snapped back, claiming Cedric wasn't just a pawn, he was a brother. That was the final straw. He was more determined than ever to wash his blade in Arthur's blood. Arthur just scoffed at the idea of his special friend and told them both to get ready, because he was the one who'd be doing the killing today. Rowena stepped forward, promising to drag Arthur through the most agonizing death imaginable. Seraphina watched her from the side, admitting she actually felt a bit of pity for the girl at first. But now, she realized this woman didn't deserve an ounce of mercy. With that, both sides drew their steel. Rowena charged Seraphina with a wild, desperate swing that nearly connected. "Shut your mouth and fight," Seraphina hissed, as Rowena continued to scream in rage. Arthur actually found himself impressed by how sharp Seraphina's sword skills had become. Alistair was baffled, though. He'd only been worried about the Eastern Blade Saints and the larger mercenary squads. Who the hell was this guy? Pissed off and confused, he demanded that our hero show his face and state his name. But Arthur didn't see the point. He just reminded Alistair that he'd already fallen into the trap and that he'd been looking forward to this fight for a long time. Alistair didn't deny it, but he promised Arthur's little strategy was about to fail miserably, and he was happy to show him exactly why. And just like that, boom, the black talons clashed against Alistair's steel. Both men were caught off guard, neither expecting the other to be quite that strong. Alistair used his weight to shove Arthur back before lunging with a deadly horizontal slash that Arthur avoided by a fraction of an inch. Then it was pure adrenaline, a blur of steel as they unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on one another. Even though his opponent was clearly drained, Alistair realized he was dealing with a high-level fighter. He mocked Arthur, saying he had zero mastery and was just relying on raw strength and moves he'd seen in plays. Arthur ignored the taunt and tried to stomp Alistair's lead foot to pin him down. But the knight was too fast. He braced himself and thrust his blade right through the gap in Arthur's daggers. Just before the steel hit his hands, Arthur twisted his grip, trapping Alistair's blade between his own weapons to create a perfect opening. He leaned in and launched a brutal cross right at the knight's face. But Alistair ducked the blow at the last second, leaving Arthur wide open. The knight followed up with a kick to the face before swinging his sword again. Arthur took the hit, blocking the blade with his left arm just so he could land a heavy blow of his own with his right. Alistair went into a frenzy, unleashing a storm of slashes that Arthur could barely keep up with. Seeing Alistair move like this while exhausted made Arthur wonder, if this guy is this dangerous now, how terrifying would he be at full power? But suddenly, Alistair's focus shifted, his eyes darting over to where the two women were locked in their own deadly duel. Lord Howell saw it. Roland didn't actually need his help. Not anymore. So he knocked the young man back, but Roland. He dug his claws into the stone, stopping his slide instantly. The two knights decided they'd had enough. They agreed to end this duel right now, pouring every ounce of their remaining strength into one final, devastating strike. And with that being said, the combatants braced themselves for the end. Howell watched his opponent like a hawk, knowing Roland would try to magically buff his strength before that final, desperate charge. He figured the boy was wide open to long-range attacks. Even if Roland managed to dodge the first wave, Howell was sure he'd crush him in the close-quarters struggle that followed. Meanwhile, the Knight of the North started thinking back to his master. He wasn't entirely sure of his victory, so he decided to tilt the odds in his favor. And with that being said, he realized he was down to his very last option. Both men let out a roar and charged at each other for the final impact. Both sides were playing dirty now. Our hero leaped high into the air, narrowly dodging a lethal long-range blast from his opponent. Do you really think the Eastern Lord was ready as he pulled back his arm to hurl that battle-axe? Sir Cedric moved fast, but Howell dodged it with ease, mocking the weakness of his final move as their blades clashed in a shower of sparks once again. But right then, the truth finally hit him. Lady Sophia, she stood there, absolutely frozen, unable to believe her own eyes. Lady Renee was just as stunned when the axe caught her right in the head, sending her crashing to the ground. Lifeless, her partner could only watch in pure horror. And while Lord Howell was paralyzed by shock and disbelief, he looked down. A blade was buried in his chest, and his blood was already staining the stone wall behind him. With his last breath, he cursed the hero to rot in hell before finally letting go of his sword and slipping away into the dark. Sir Cedric just stood over him and whispered that he was already there, at the lowest point a man could ever reach. While they were harvesting the marks, the hero started complaining about his aching muscles. The girl looked at him, worried, asking if he was truly okay with her taking all the loot for herself. He just gave her a cheerful smile and told her it was all part of the plan, claiming their success was all thanks to her. But the gazes they got from the shadows, dark, really dark. The lady then turned back to the lifeless body, staring into those empty eyes. She was clearly lost in her own heavy thoughts. And with that being said, our heroes decided to get a move on. Time was running out. The girl knew the truth. The boy only did what was necessary to survive, which meant killing others, just like everyone else in this kingdom. She had to admit, his plan for the diversion and wiping out the enemy was nothing short of brilliant. But even knowing that, she couldn't shake that sick, ill feeling crawling up her spine. Let's rewind a bit. While the Easterners were fighting our heroes, Baron Bayard, the resident bully, was busy clashing steel with another team. He tried a cheap shot, reaching out to grab his opponent's face, but his hand was swatted away before he could even touch him. The enemy charged, and just like that, Longsword met curved saber with barely an inch between them. Both men ended up with their backs to their own squads. Bayard looked over his shoulder at his dead men, wondering how the hell the enemy had tracked them down so easily. The Isla men were pros. They'd taken out 2 of his best men in a surprise strike, giving them 0 chance to even fight back. And as the Baron tried to convince himself that his team only survived because of his own heroic efforts, one of his remaining lackeys dared to ask if they'd make it out alive. Bayard just snapped, lashing out and calling the man a useless coward. He recognized the man with the saber, Sebastian of the Iron Veil, and his allies, Elias and Arthur. His men were terrified, but the Baron screamed at them to pull themselves together. Baron Bayard knew he was in a tight spot, just looking at the state of that 𝒖𝒎𝒻 team. It was obvious they had absolutely slaughtered every single threat they'd come across so far. Sebastian, who actually had to respect the Baron's raw strength, admitted they'd used an ally's sense of smell to track them for that surprise attack. When asked what the plan was, the swordsmen explained they needed to finish this quickly. But they were staying cautious to avoid any nasty surprises. Right then, someone screamed Sebastian's name. Bayard, who was surprisingly open to talking, claimed he wanted a conversation first. Sebastian just told him he was already speaking and that he should get straight to the point. So the Baron pointed out his own strength, warning that he'd do some serious damage to the 𝒖𝒎𝒻 if they fought. Sebastian didn't quite catch his drift, so the Baron dropped the bomb. He wanted to team up. His own men were absolutely floored. This left the 𝒖𝒎𝒻 completely baffled. Bayard proposed they finish their own fight later, after they dealt with the powerful Eastern lords first, since they were the real problem. Sebastian saw the logic in the words, but he still refused the offer. The Baron was left standing there in total shock. The 𝒖𝒎𝒻 explained he'd heard the stories. Bayard was the type to betray an ally the second it suited him. He'd rather keep fighting. So the Northman took his stance, accepting the challenge of a man who actually surprised him with his own brand of crazy. The 𝒖𝒎𝒻's only response, "Shut up." Lord Bayard wasn't playing around. He gathered his knights and laid out the plan. He'd deal with Sir Sterling himself, leaving the rest of the Crimson Order to his men, with a chilling promise to execute anyone who dared to fail him. Boom, the two armies charged. But amidst the chaos of battle, a small butterfly pin changed hands. Alina looked at the trinket, asking Arthur when he'd even found such a delicate thing. Our hero just shrugged, acting like it was too soft for a warrior like him, which worked. Alina took it, her face turning a bright shade of crimson. She was shocked to find something this beautiful in a war zone and kept it, even if the magic stats were weak. Arthur, meanwhile, was busy digging through his pack. He started sorting through the mountain of loot they'd scavenged, the trash, the treasure, and everything in between. A pile of bones and a sturdy leather belt. Not the best haul, but he'd check the enchantments later. The real prize, a high-end spatial satchel, tiny on the outside, massive on the inside, and worth a literal fortune. It hit him then. The Duchy of Sun was absolutely loaded. By stealing their kills, he'd secured over 3,000 points. He only needed 2,500 more to crack the leaderboard. Arthur let out this totally creepy, gold-hungry grin, thinking about his 3 million gold coins, until Alina poked him right in the face. He thought she was judging his greedy look, but no, she'd actually pinned the butterfly in her hair. She asked if it suited her, and man, Arthur was absolutely floored by how good she looked. Awkward silence. Then, bam, she smacked him for staring too long. He complained she ruined the moment while she just rolled her eyes at his denseness. Fed up with the banter, she decided to finally call it a night. She was exhausted from the constant fighting, and even though Arthur grumbled, he told her to get some sleep. Tucked away under a rocky ledge, Alina couldn't stop fiddling with her new gift. Thinking back to Arthur's dumb smile, she found him incredibly annoying, but she was smiling too. Meanwhile, Cedric was fuming that his entire squad had been wiped out. He'd completely underestimated the Crimson Order. He only survived by pure luck and was now too weak to even lift a sword. Battered and broken, Cedric had to find a way to dodge the 24-hour penalty phase. He chugged whatever medicine he had left, praying he could stay hidden and find an escape route. Terrified of our hero, the bully did his absolute best to avoid every single monster in his path. It burned him, having to hide like a rat. He swore right then he'd crawl back, slaughter every rival, and be the last survivor standing. Over on the third tier of the spires, the Crimson Order was finally catching their breath. Lady Arya was screaming for blood, but their captain insisted they rest. Still, the long-haired knight was itching for a rematch. Sir Sterling reminded them of the goal: seize the final staircase on day 9 and butcher anyone who tries to pass. But Sir Alistair pointed out a problem. The Duchy of Sun was still a threat, and that coward Cedric was still lurking somewhere. Arya was absolutely beyond pissed. Their grand strategy had already cost them 3 good men just to escape the range of that one scout. She wanted vengeance now. Sterling just chuckled before grabbing Arya by the collar, calling her out for being a brat. He told her straight up, wandering around aimlessly won't find their targets. If she wanted justice so bad, she could go out and die alone. Since she was too scared to do that, she needed to shut up. Arya bit her lip, convinced she was actually more powerful than her own captain. Before things got ugly, their third companion stepped in, reminding them that if they don't stick together, they're dead. The tracker promised to alert them the second Arthur showed his face, reminding everyone they were supposed to be the elite squad. Arya shook herself loose and walked off, muttering about finding a decent place to camp. Sterling mocked her noble attitude, reminding her she was just a common instructor back on Earth. But the tracker defended her, claiming her loyalty and sense of brotherhood deserved respect, not judgment. The captain just smirked. He wanted Arthur's head on a platter just as much as she did. Days bled into each other. Arthur played it smart, staying low, sticking to his routine, and hunting for the exit. The Crimson Order found some footprints, some traces of him. But they couldn't pin him down. Without a true tracking spell, he was a ghost in the machine. Panic was starting to set in for the other hunters as the sun dipped low. Meanwhile, our duo finally found the stairs wide open. Alina fumed, complaining that they could have reached the next floor ages ago if Arthur wasn't so obsessed with hunting every lizard in the forest. Alistair didn't regret a thing. Every single one of his physical attributes had just hit a new peak, only his mana remained unchanged. He was feeling good, honestly, but there was a sting of bitterness knowing they only had 2 days left in these cursed iron depths. Then day 9 arrived. Without warning, the earth groaned and split wide open right beneath Alistair's feet, sending him into a terrifying freefall. Our hero cursed 𝒂𝒓𝒅𝒄𝒐𝒓𝒆, the overseer, under his breath. That demon definitely hid another rule from them. Meanwhile, down in the pitch-black abyss, where the overseer was lounging and vibing to some music, he realized the fun was ending. The great hunt was almost over, and his little prank was about to wrap up. Time for a head count. 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒄𝒐𝒓𝒆 frowned. The number of survivors was way lower than his projections. It was a bloodbath. These noble houses had been tearing each other apart while he wasn't looking. He checked the magical seals. The Lord of Albion held 10, but Alistair, he had 11. They'd stripped their own teams clean. The demon actually grinned. He was loving this. Alistair had managed to outcollect that arrogant brute, Cedric. "Let's spice things up," he whispered with a sickening laugh. He decided to push them to a total breaking point until only one shadow remained. Back to our fallen knights. They hit the ground hard, but surprisingly, no broken bones. For a fall that should have been lethal, they were barely scratched. "We're back at level 1, Alistair noted. Alina was absolutely livid. Day 10 was supposed to be the end, not a reset. Just as Alistair started piecing together the Overseer's twisted game, a shadow emerged. It was him, Cedric. The Valorian survivors stared each other down. Cedric flashed a fake, oily grin, claiming he was happy to see his favorite luck charm again. Alistair didn't smile back. Just then, the heavy thud of a steel staff echoed through the chamber. Someone was very, very angry. Lady Beatrice finally saw him, the man who murdered her kin. She lunged, blade ready for blood, but her companions grabbed her just in time. Alistair watched the chaos. It was clear as day. The Northern Lords and Cedric had some serious, violent history. Lord Sterling realized this reset to the first floor was the Overseer's doing. He tried to keep his cool, even as Beatrice strained against him. The brute, Cedric, played the victim card. He actually had the nerve to claim **. He was the one suffering since his whole house was wiped out. Beatrice just screamed for him to let her go. Sterling told her to read the room. Alistair and Alina were wildcards. If they were allied with Cedric or the missing Eastern Legion, things would get messy fast. The smart play: stand down. Don't swing a sword until they knew exactly how powerful these two strangers really were. "You'll get your revenge," a soldier whispered to Beatrice. "Just not yet." Cedric just stood there, looking completely lost. He didn't get the drama at all. As Albion regrouped, Alistair was leaning in close to Alina, desperately trying to sell her on a risky new plan. She hated it, truly, but she knew it was their only shot. Alistair turned to the others with a small, innocent smile that made everyone's skin crawl. Cedric barked out a laugh. "Quiet, boy. This isn't the place for your little suggestions." Alistair ignored him. "Let's team up," he said, "a massive alliance." Cedric immediately shot it down, impossible. But Sterling held up a hand. "Talk," he commanded. "There's blood between us and this animal, Cedric. Why should we listen?" Beatrice tried to cut in again, swearing she'd never stand beside a murderer. Sterling shut her up with a single, icy stare that promised consequences if she spoke again. Total silence. Beatrice bit her lip and backed down. Sterling nodded to Alistair. "Continue." Alistair didn't waste time. He pointed out that the demon dropped them here because they're all that's left, the scavenged remains of once great houses. Sterling nodded grimly. Albion was down to 3, Cedric's house, just him. Cedric growled, offering to settle the score with the Northern Lords right here, right now. "And then what?" Alistair countered. "The Eastern Legion still has all 7 of their elite members." He'd spotted them on the 2nd floor, not a scratch on them. They were hidden somewhere nearby, just waiting to sweep up the survivors. The demon wanted this. He wanted the small teams to huddle together just so the final slaughter would be more entertaining. "If we kill each other now, we're just making it easy for the Legion," Alistair warned. "We won't last 5 minutes against them alone." Cedric was skeptical. Alistair admitted he didn't have proof, just a gut feeling. But Alina stepped up, backing him. "A shaky alliance is better than a certain grave. The Overseer isn't done with us yet." Cedric went quiet, his eyes darting between them. He was actually considering it. Lord Sterling, the commander of the Northern Knights, did the unthinkable. He agreed to join forces with that rogue mercenary Alaric, much to the absolute shock of his own men. His knights tried to talk some sense into him, calling it a suicide pact, but Sterling wasn't having it. He stood firm, claiming they desperately needed the numbers to survive. Besides, the Eastern Dominion's hunters were still out there somewhere, hidden and dangerous, and Sterling knew they couldn't face that threat alone. He then looked Alaric dead in the eye, telling him he wasn't going to force a deal, but that going solo was basically a death sentence. Alaric just scoffed, making it clear he heard every word. Then, right before shaking on it, he laid down the law. This little friendship was strictly temporary. He didn't trust a single soul here and promised to ditch them the second they became a burden. To everyone's surprise, Sterling didn't even blink. He just nodded and accepted the terms. As the new group formed up, Lady Alara couldn't help but stare at Arthur. She was blown away by how he'd managed to manipulate these two rivals into working together so fast. But here's the catch. This whole alliance, it was a house of cards built on a total lie. Once it collapsed, the real bloodbath would begin to crown the true winner. Sterling immediately took charge, pointing a finger at Alaric and ordering him to take the lead at the front of the pack. The mercenary was livid. 2 things in this world pissed him off: being told what to do and being used as a human shield up front. But Sterling just played it cool, explaining that only someone with Alaric's specific talents could handle the scouting duties. Alaric wasn't buying it, especially with Alara, who clearly wanted his head, standing right behind him. But Sterling promised her blade would stay sheathed for now. Sterling then reminded everyone who was actually in charge. His squad was the biggest, so naturally he called the shots. Period. To make it official, he called for a snap vote on whether Alaric should take the point position. 5 hands shot up instantly. It was decided. Alaric was burning with rage, especially at Arthur, who had the nerve to vote against him with a straight face. He glared at our hero, his blood absolutely boiling. He swore he'd get his revenge later, but for now, he demanded they rotate the lead later. He then shot a weird look at the warrior, who just looked back, totally confused. Lady 𝒖𝒎💏 didn't hide her hatred. She despised 𝒖𝒎💏 so much she was practically praying for a monster to jump out and end him right then and there. Sterling then signaled for Arthur and his crew to take the rear, and our hero simply nodded and followed along. Arthur felt a bit insulted that Sterling was arrogant enough to let them watch his back, while the others just wondered how he could stay so calm in this mess. Flashback to when Arthur first suggested this mess, 𝒖𝒎💏 had been horrified, but he'd explained it was better than a bloody three-way brawl in the dirt. His logic was simple: use the rival teams as a shield while they kept a lookout for the Eastern Dominion. 𝒖𝒎💏 was still skeptical until Arthur flashed that innocent, boyish smile of his and calmly admitted he had a perfect plan to betray every single one of them. Even with that reassurance, the ladies still felt like they were walking on a thin tightrope over a pit of fire. Meanwhile, Serafina pulled Sterling aside, asking if he actually had a strategy or if he was just winging it. The veteran fighter admitted she didn't trust the snakes in the back or the rat at the front. Sterling just told her to lower her voice before someone caught a blade to the throat. Then he flashed a truly wicked grin. He whispered that everything was going exactly according to his own secret design. Up front, 𝒖𝒎💏 was fuming. He hated that this team-up was his only real shot at making it out alive. He was also getting suspicious of that red-haired guy, Arthur. The kid knew way too much, but eventually he just shook it off and kept moving. So there they were, a group of allies, all just holding their breath and waiting for the perfect moment to stab each other in the back. 4 hours of hiking later, they found the next staircase. Arthur noted they were making great time, and Sterling mentioned that only low-level mountain dwarves guarded this floor. But then chaos. 𝒖𝒎💏 suddenly bolted, sprinting for the stairs and ditching the entire team without a word. Everyone just stood there, completely baffled. 𝒖𝒎💏 couldn't believe it. She mocked the Obsidian Order for actually supporting such a brainless idiot. But Arthur just watched him go, suggesting the guy must have some hidden trick up his sleeve to act that bold. Next up was the mage with the staff. She was honestly shocked these two had even survived this long without killing each other. The lady made it clear she wasn't letting 𝒖𝒎💏 out of her sight. She wasn't done with her revenge just yet. Sterling just shrugged it off. 𝒖𝒎💏 was a nobody on his own. He ordered the group to move up to the next floor and ignore the runner. When they reached the second level, there was 𝒖𝒎💏 sitting quietly like a well-behaved child. Sterling's hunch was right. The rogue was surprised to see the map had already shifted. The staff wielder just rolled her eyes, explaining they'd known about the shifting terrain since the very first floor. She explained that the map reset was designed to trap them, then called 𝒖𝒎💏 out for clearly planning a pathetic little ambush that failed miserably. 𝒖𝒎💏 was visibly twitching with rage, his patience with these enforcers wearing paper thin. But Sterling stepped in, telling everyone to cool it. They had less than 20 hours to find 4 more staircases, or they were all finished. 𝒖𝒎💏 snapped, telling the commander to back off or he'd gut him right there. Sterling, he didn't even flinch, totally unbothered. Arthur realized the clock was ticking loud and clear. If they didn't find that final exit soon, this whole alliance was going to end in a very dark way. The Wessex knight shoved the rogue, urging him to keep moving. Sir Barrett barely held his rage in check, already dreaming of the moment he'd finally get to end that annoying brat's life. The Wessex soldiers warned their commander, forget the brute up front, keep a sharp eye on the hero in the back. Honestly, they felt like mere pawns in whatever master plan he was spinning. Lord Sterling just nodded, praising their intuition for seeing the truth. But he told them to relax for now. After all, they were the strongest blades in an uneasy alliance that everyone had to tolerate until they reached the 5th tier. Besides, he was dead certain they could wipe out their teammates without fail the second the right opening appeared. Moments later, Sir Barrett, who was absolutely disgusted by the undead, unleashed a devastating skill to blast a path through the rot. Explosions ripped through the air, left and right, as he cleared the way. The Wessex knights acknowledged his power, their leader noting that such strength was only natural for someone favored by the Black Dragon Order. Our heroes, they thought his flashy style was just plain foolish and secretly hoped he'd blow himself up. A few more blasts later, they finally located the next exit. Lord Stirling praised the brute for getting them to the staircase in just 3 hours, but Barrett was fuming, claiming he'd carried the entire damn team on his back. But Arthur wasn't having it, not even for a second. He pointed out that they'd been busy slaying monsters and gathering sigils themselves, which only pissed Barrett off more since they were already racing against the clock. Lady Alara then stepped in, calmly explaining to the angry knight exactly how the loot had been fairly split between them. Our protagonist realized something. The map was getting simpler. Level 3, that's exactly where his favorite monsters were waiting to be hunted. So he made a move. He proposed that he and his partner take the lead, replacing the brute at the front of the line. But Sir Benedict laughed it off, claiming they'd never survive the scaled sentinels on their own. Arthur's response: "Have a little faith." Our hero claimed he just wanted to earn some sigils, but the rest of the squad had serious doubts about their ability to hold the line. Left with no choice, our heroes charged straight in to prove every single one of them wrong. The others watched, convinced it was a lethal mistake. Alara asked if they really had to demonstrate their power like this, and Arthur just grinned, telling her to hold back just a little. And then, pure chaos. The two partners started tearing through the Saurian guard like they were made of paper, leaving the brute speechless and confirming the Wessex knight's worst fears. With one final, brutal swing, Arthur's axe tasted blood, ending the fight as the others were forced to approve of their sheer strength. Lord Stirling agreed to let them take the lead, but Barrett stood there stunned, unable to process the young man's sudden explosion of power. When Arthur consumed a monster's core right in front of them, the others were baffled. His excuse: he was just having a quick snack break. The swordsman looked like he was going to throw up, watching the protagonist literally feast on the hearts of their fallen enemies. Lady Alara told him he should probably keep his weird diet a secret despite the power it gave him, but Arthur just shrugged. It was all part of the plan. He explained that being seen as a complete wild card was better. Keep the others confused and guessing. That's how you lay the perfect trap. Then, with a cheerful grin, the protagonist tossed the man a piece of raw lizard meat. The scout wondered if it was a rare eating skill, but the chief dismissed it. No way a newbie could land a skill like that. Best to just let the freak be. Still, the staff user called him out for leaving a ticking time bomb like the brute right at their backs. Arthur just brushed it off. At the moment, the guy was harmless. The protagonist pushed forward, leaving the Wessex leader deeply intrigued. Meanwhile, Barrett watched from the shadows, more determined than ever to stay alive and wait for his moment. As Alara noted, they'd cleared the entire floor in just 4 hours. The Wessex knight grumbled that they'd have been even quicker if it wasn't for that bizarre snack break. Arthur's defense: he was just too hungry. But here's the truth. He didn't actually need those cores anymore. Since his stats had already hit rank 6, he needed high-tier stones of the same rank to even dream of evolving. These rank 7 lizard cores, completely useless to him now. Even so, the other survivors were still dangerously strong, which is why he decided it was time to drag them all down to his level. Arthur planned to mess with their heads, pushing them to the breaking point until he could slaughter them all and claim the top spot for himself. His partner watched in silence as that familiar, sinister smile spread across his face once again. Once they hit the 4th floor, Lord Stirling gathered them. The enforcer warned that the real nightmares of this level wouldn't show up until the final day, meaning the worst was yet to come. He suggested the team scatter to search, all while keeping a wary eye out for the northern team who had vanished without a trace. And with that, the search began. Everyone scrambled to find the final staircase. Our heroes stuck together, the Wessex knights moved as one, and the brute went off to roam the halls alone. 7 long hours of searching, and still nothing. The staircase was nowhere to be found, making the team wonder if they should even keep going. Lord Stirling turned to Sir Ivan, asking the one question on everyone's mind. Was there any corner of this tier still left unexplored? The man nodded firmly. They had scoured every single inch of this floor. When asked if he had some secret mapping magic, the tracker just tapped his nose, explaining his sense of smell was better than any map. Julian, ever the cautious hero, asked if he could send out individual people too. The man's grin said it all. He definitely could. That finally put our protagonist at ease, but the rogue, Alastair Thorne, already had a wicked idea brewing. Sensing the tension, 𝒍𝒅 suggested they finally take a breather. He argued that farming monsters now would be a total nightmare. His plan, 2-man watches, and of course, he volunteered himself and Julian to take the first shift. Lady Seraphina wasn't having it, snapping back that wasting time now was a luxury they didn't have. But 𝒍𝒅 wouldn't budge. He insisted their tracker's nose was flawless, meaning the smartest move was to just wait and watch. She still had her doubts, but Alastair had reached his limit. He barked at her to just sit down and shut up like she was told, his voice echoing through the chamber. Lady Alara immediately stepped in, calling out his pathetic manners and telling him to watch his mouth. Surprisingly, the rogue actually fell silent. This whole setup irritated Marcus. He'd been raised better than this, so he declared he'd pair up with the rogue while Seraphina and Alara kept watch together. When Alara asked what was behind the sudden change of heart, her friend just told her to drop it. Alastair's logic was cold and calculated. He wanted every knight of Oakhaven paired with a potential enemy from the kingdom of Valoria. Then the rogue started thinking, that woman's name. He'd definitely heard it somewhere before. It clicked. She was a high-ranking member of the Obsidian Circle, and she was dangerously close to Duke Sterling himself. Even Marcus recognized that family name. They were the branch managers of one of the most powerful houses in the realm. Alastair started laughing, recounting how this famous Valorian knight almost castrated a man just for trying to cross her. He kept running his mouth until 𝒖𝒎𝒎𝒐𝒏𝒆𝒅. A blade flashed toward his throat, only to be stopped by a sudden clash of cold steel. The rogue realized he'd almost lost his head. He tried to laugh it off, claiming he was just telling a harmless little story. Lady Seraphina didn't find it funny. With darkness in her eyes, she threatened to open his throat right then and there. Alastair just smirked, calling the threat a nice change of pace from the sausage fest of this spire. Alara tried to stop the madness, but the damage was done. One of the lady knights had heard enough. The Valorians were enemies of the state. She was more than ready to help end his life. But Marcus smelled a rat. This felt like a trap. He started remembering a secret talk with his leader about whether the assassin from 𝒂𝒏 had actually survived the last floor. The master had told him it wasn't likely. Since they hadn't seen a trace of him, 𝒍𝒅 realized Julian's team must have wiped them out. This was huge. It meant they'd actually taken down the elite 𝒂𝒏 squad. The leader realized that's why they were so relaxed. They weren't just strong. They might actually be allies with that rogue Alastair. The swordsman decided to test Julian. He needed to know if these Valorians were actually united or if they were ready to tear each other apart. He also gave Marcus a silent order: keep their own hot-headed teammate on a very short leash. Marcus figured everyone was overreacting, so he decided to take a risk and just see how the fight between the two Valorians played out. Seeing the situation spiral, Julian tried to step in, but a blade hummed near his neck, stopping him dead in his tracks. 𝒍𝒅 was blocking his way. Julian was fuming, demanding the man move, while 𝒍𝒅 just tried to keep him calm. Julian warned him again to get out of the way, but the knight didn't move an inch. That's when the protagonist realized 𝒍𝒅 already knew how this fight was going to end, and the knight didn't deny it. Julian made it clear. He'd intervene the second the girl was in danger, and he'd cut through 𝒍𝒅 himself if he had to. 𝒍𝒅 accepted the terms. Meanwhile, as blades continued to clash, Alastair pointed out to the girl that the others were just enjoying the show. She spat back that everyone wanted him dead anyway. Alastair whispered harshly, who did she think they'd come for the second he was out of the picture? He leaned in and whispered something else in her ear, leaving her looking completely frustrated. With one powerful burst, she knocked 𝒂𝒎💏 back. The rogue, secretly admiring her raw power, decided to end the practice and get some rest. And with that being said, he closed his eyes, but Seraphina couldn't stop thinking about his whisper. He'd warned her of a deadly ambush waiting in the shadows. She was annoyed, but the logic was sound. It would be 3 against 3. They had no choice but to join forces. 𝒂𝒎💏 told her he'd launch the first strike, but she had to be the one to convince her partner to play along. The rogue explained the real danger. The Oakhaven Knights were just waiting for a chance to stab them in the back. Once those allies were gone, they'd finally have the numbers. He even admitted this team-up was built to fail in a matter of hours. Seraphina prayed their desperate strategy would hold. Meanwhile, the Oakhaven leader was busy telling Julian he had nothing to fear. He then teased the young man, noting how incredibly attached he seemed to be to his partner. Julian tried to play it cool, denying everything and claiming they just needed to stay united against the threat of the Zan Empire. Sebastian just smirked, that cold, evil look that says he knows everything. He knew Arthur was lying through his teeth about the Eastern Legion still being alive. A cold shiver hit the young hero's spine. The secret was out. He'd been caught. Arthur tried to play it cool, insisting the Eastern warriors were still a threat, but the veteran mercenary just told him to stop with the fairy tales. Then Sebastian laid out every single detail of the young man's failed plan. The whole thing was a mess once Arthur realized these Iron Knights weren't just strong, they were cunning as hell. He even pointed out that look of pure, unadulterated hatred Arthur kept giving Lord Cedric, the group's resident bully. It was obvious they were enemies. Arthur tried to brush it off, acting like this wasn't some tavern story, but he wasn't fooling anyone. That's when Sebastian dropped the bombshell. He's a true killer, a mercenary who only wants to work with other murderers. Arthur was left absolutely stunned. So here was the deal. The veteran warrior made an offer. Arthur and his partner joined them against their common enemy, and the Iron Knights would back them up for a lethal sneak attack. Arthur saw right through it. They were being used as live bait for Cedric. "What if we say no?" he asked, testing the waters. Sebastian didn't blink. He made it very clear they weren't in any position to refuse, and if they did, his squad would slaughter the young man's partner where she stood, while he, the self-proclaimed monster, would personally tear Arthur apart. Just like that, the choice was simple: trust the mercenaries' protection or take a chance with the bully. Meanwhile, Lord Cedric couldn't sleep a wink. He knew he was in deep, deep trouble. He'd noticed the Eastern Legion had gone quiet, likely wiped out, and his money was on the Iron Knights doing the dirty work. He had his own secret weapon, but Cedric knew the truth. Sebastian was going to stab him in the back at the very first opportunity. Before long, the watch shift for our hero and the mercenary leader finally came to an end. Sebastian headed off to brief his men, suggesting Arthur and Alina might need a private chat of their own. Turns out, both sides had tried to recruit them. Arthur explained the situation. The Iron Knights knew the Easterners were dead because of some kind of tracking skill. Alina didn't even flinch. She wasn't surprised at all. In fact, she'd already guessed it. Arthur had seen this coming. The two rival factions were bound to fight each other eventually. But for the plan to work, they needed something precise. A one-hit kill, something like the Paladin's piercing strike. Arthur looked at her, dead serious. He had total faith in her and her abilities. Our resident 𝒍𝒅 started to panic, her face turning bright red as she told the boy to let her go. Arthur was worried. She looked like she was burning up, but she just told him to pay it no mind. She apologized for her outburst at Cedric, promising it wouldn't happen again. To her absolute shock, Arthur didn't get mad. He just admitted he had the exact same reaction. And with that, their little strategy meeting broke up. Alina walked away, completely baffled by him. Arthur knew he had to keep his head in the game and maintain his composure. His magical stats were a total joke, rank 6 but 0 points invested. He couldn't rely on luck, he had to rely on his own raw power. He decided to trust in the jagged nails given to him by his goblin friend. Everyone knew it. The final bloodbath would go down during the very last watch shift. Right when that miserable excuse for a human, 𝑺𝒖𝒎𝒎𝒐𝒏𝒆𝒅, was caught in the narrow stone passage. But the bully was smiling too. He thought he had the whole board figured out. Soon after, when the lady took over the watch, the marauder noted they were 1 hour and 30 minutes into the shift. She finally asked the question that had been eating at her. Why did Arthur pull that insane stunt to save Cedric from the undead? Arthur claimed he only did it for the enchanted crests, which just made her snap at him. That clearly wasn't the real answer. So Arthur came clean. First off, Cedric was too tough. The undead wouldn't have finished him, so hoping for a natural death was pointless. Second, it would be much easier to just kill him personally and take everything he owned. But the third reason, Arthur was almost ashamed to say it. He wanted to end that bully's life himself, because Cedric was a living reminder of a past Arthur hated. He was convinced of one thing. To see the sunrise tomorrow, he had to kill the ghost of his past today. Arthur used to be fine with dying, but now he was obsessed with the ranking. He looked Alina in the eye and apologized for all the trouble he'd caused her. Back in the present moment, the lady tightened her grip on her weapon, hoping for a miracle. She locked eyes with the enemy mage. She knew it had to be one strike, one kill. The plan was simple but deadly. Both sides were going to use Arthur's team as a trigger for the ambush the second Cedric hit the middle of the field. The mercenary leader was already preparing his betrayal. He wanted that hated noble gone for good. But Lord Cedric wasn't sitting idle. He was already zeroing in on his own target within the mercenary ranks. The plan, simple. Play the part, pretend to be loyal to these noble thugs, and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Phase 1, Alina had to eliminate the court mage. Her strike was too fast for any amateur to parry. Meanwhile, the syndicate hitman was tasked with taking out the lead knight. With everyone distracted, no witnesses would be left to see our protagonist spring his trap and finish this once and for all. The goal was a chaotic three-way showdown between the final survivors. But there was a risk. The villains might actually unite. Alina knew that securing the first kill was everything, but she also needed to keep the castle gates clear for a quick escape if things went south. Suddenly, a knight nudged the lead thug awake. "Is it dawn?" he grunted. Captain Cedric stared him down. "It's high noon." 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒄𝒐𝒓𝒆 laughed, claiming the only thing he liked about Cedric was his sense of humor, not that it would save him today. The lazy thug finally got up for his watch. In the shadows, the syndicate assassin tightened his grip on his blade, standing ready. Cedric mirrored the move, his fingers locking onto his heavy battle axe. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒄𝒐𝒓𝒆 tried to bait the silent knight, but he wasn't having any of it. Over on the other side, the ladies saw a disgusting mercenary crawling closer. 𝒖𝒎𝒏𝒄𝒐𝒓𝒆 mocked the man's pathetic loot, sending the scavenger into a blind rage. The guy tried to play it off, claiming he was just trying to initiate some friendly conversation. Then his tone shifted, deadly serious. He bragged about the rare artifacts he'd looted from his last 4 successful raids. And then, boom, it started. Alina lunged at the sorceress, who, surprisingly, was actually braced for the impact. Cedric felt the air change. Something was wrong. The syndicate assassin drew his sword, while the mage tried to sell out their plan to save her own skin. But Cedric didn't flinch. He trusted his partner. Alina moved like a ghost, weaving through the mage's counter-ambush with terrifying grace. She whispered a single word to her failing opponent. "Predictable." Cedric knew her strength better than anyone. One clean strike. Alina's blade found the mage's heart in the blink of an eye. Just like that, Lady Alara was dead. The syndicate hitman froze in horror, and the rest of the team felt the same chill. The lead thug saw his opening. He lunged for Alina, his eyes locked on her heart as he hurled his axe, already fearing the worst. A cold wave of dread washed over the room. The heavy steel whistled through the air, aimed straight for Alina's head. At that exact second, she ripped her blade from the mage's corpse. Suddenly, flash, a blinding red light erupted in the corridor. Cedric's heart sank. He'd promised to keep her safe, but now, he could sense a dark, crushing despair closing in. Alina had always believed She had to be the strongest one in the room, and she had to do it alone. That was her ironclad rule. Ever since she was a child, losing her father to the wars, her life had been shaped by a single voice. Her mother had been hard, raising her in a cold house and teaching her the only lesson that mattered. The world is a slaughterhouse. Trust no one, she'd say. The world is full of monsters, and you are the only one you can count on. Her mother was a nightmare parent, but Alanna became her masterpiece. Winning wasn't just a goal, it was her nature. No one could touch her. Growing up in a world of steel and blood, Alanna never learned the meaning of the word friend. She was always respectful, always polite, but those walls, they were unbreakable. Solitude was her only sanctuary. She'd seen the walls of the world before, like when thousands of people vanished during the Great Purge back in her homeland. To her, this new continent was just another battlefield. The only difference, here, winning was the only way to see tomorrow. Eventually, she joined the Iron-Pact Guild. For a moment, she felt a flicker of safety, thinking she'd finally found real brothers in arms. She genuinely believed she was safe with such a powerful group. She even started planning her rise through their ranks, dreaming of a future. But she learned the hard way that allies are just enemies waiting for a chance. For the first time in her life, Alanna was truly terrified. She felt a deep, burning shame. In this brutal land, she thought she'd be punished just for the weakness of asking for help. So she ran. She kept running from that tragic day, trying to bury the memory of her failure. She believed that being alone was her only hope for survival, but in an instant, her entire world shattered. That crimson light was blinding. It seared the air, catching both Alanna and Cedric off guard, leaving them completely vulnerable. Cedric recognized it instantly, the solar flare, a legendary one-time skill that could paralyze anyone of the same level for 10 seconds. Nobody expected a common thug to have an ace like that. In the chaos, Silas snatched the flying axe out of the air. One of the fighters found himself frozen, unable to twitch a finger. He fought with every ounce of his will to defend himself. He didn't even see it coming. One clean sweep, and his head was gone, taken by someone wearing a wide, monstrous grin. With the first target down, the thug charged Alanna while she was still paralyzed. The look in his eyes, it was the exact same horror she'd seen years ago. Pure despair. She closed her eyes, ready to embrace the end, reminding herself that she'd always lived alone and would die the same way. But then wham! Cedric appeared out of thin air, a blur of motion as he smashed his boot into the thug's skull, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. Alistair slammed the brute's face into the dirt with pure, unadulterated force. That cold, murderous glare, it sent shivers down Lady Alara's spine. The rest of the enemy knights stood there, paralyzed, as Alistair moved like a blur before the shock even wore off. Alara screamed at Baldwin, demanding to know what kind of treachery he was plotting while threatening to run him through. Then it clicked. Baldwin was charging a devastating shockwave to clear the area. Without a second thought, Alistair grabbed Alara, lunging out of the blast zone to keep her safe. He immediately checked on her, breathless. She nodded, shaky but unhurt. Baldwin, clutching his side in agony, spat out a question. He wanted to know how Alistair dodged his blinding spell, something no ordinary knight should ever be able to block. But our hero wasn't playing games. He wanted answers first, and right then. He unsheathed his daggers, deciding the talk was over. Alistair was done. He was going to end Baldwin right here, once and for all. Even then, Baldwin was obsessed. He still couldn't wrap his head around how his light spell failed so miserably. He mocked Alistair, sneering that he was trying to act like a legendary rogue with those fancy daggers. Then he turned to Lord Sterling, the mercenary leader, snarling that he'd had enough. He threatened to kill Sterling first if he even took one step closer. Sterling just laughed, daring him to try it since they were both backed into a corner. He mocked Baldwin for acting tough despite losing his entire squad of knights. No more games. He declared that petty tricks and illusions wouldn't save anyone now. Things were finally getting real, and Baldwin liked it that way. With a twisted grin, he declared the start of a fight to the death. With this three-way slaughter about to ignite, our heroes gripped their steel tight. Baldwin surged with dark mana while Sterling poured every ounce of his power into his claymore. The tension, absolutely suffocating. Then boom, our heroes charged first. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 went straight for the man who'd haunted his past. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 found herself in the hot seat, facing off against Lord Sterling alone. This was her fight now. Steel clashed. Once, twice. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 danced around him, striking with such lethal precision and speed that the mercenary leader actually looked worried. Realizing he was being pushed back, Sterling growled. He wasn't about to lose to a lady and decided to burn his mana on his skills. He tried to blow her back, fuming because she called him out for being weaker than he looked. This guy, he hated being looked down on. They both reset, blades up, breath steady, round 2 was coming. Over on the other side, the grudge match was heating up. Baldwin was actually impressed by 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅's sheer strength. He demanded to know the secret to dodging that light spell, but 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 stayed silent. That's when Baldwin realized 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 wasn't just fighting, he was protective. Protecting the girl. A classic weak spot. Baldwin chuckled, noting how the loser had not only gotten stronger, but had also stepped up his game with the ladies. And just like that, he lunged with a heavy strike. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 slipped past it like smoke. Time for the counterattack. As Baldwin felt the weight of 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅's blows, the reality hit him. This kid was dangerous. He had to take this seriously or he was dead. He paused, thinking fast, before channeling pure magic into his broadsword. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 felt the air turn heavy as a massive overhead slash came down. He blocked it, but damn, his arms were shaking from the pressure. Baldwin laughed, calling 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 just another lucky peasant who got a taste of power and started acting like a king. Then thud. A heavy boot to 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅's gut sent him flying. They clashed again, Baldwin shouting that it was time for a lesson in respect. He rained down blow after blow, relentless and brutal. He kept screaming for the secret to that dodge. Finally, 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 had enough. He broke the deadlock with a burst of speed that left Baldwin staggered. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 finally spoke. He told him the truth. It was his superior rank that let him see through the blinding light. Baldwin's face went pale. Tier 6. No way. He couldn't accept that the kid had surpassed him like that. Suddenly, a cold chill washed over him. Every time those daggers flashed, he felt the literal breath of death on his neck. Then it happened. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 landed a clean strike. Blood sprayed, and Baldwin froze in shock. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 actually bypassed his reinforced armor skill. He was reeling, but he knew one more hit like that and it was game over. He had to focus. Desperate, he activated his forbidden skill, a curse designed to lock down his enemy's attributes for a short time. Here comes the finishing move. Baldwin screamed that it didn't matter how high 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅's rank was, because his power was about to be sealed. But the second the curse touched him, it just vanished. He couldn't believe it. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 had predicted the whole thing and drove his blade straight into Baldwin's chest. Baldwin looked down, coughing blood, his eyes wide with total confusion. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒅 leaned in and whispered the truth. He didn't have any attribute points left to steal. Meanwhile, the battle between Sterling and Lady Alara was reaching a breaking point. The rogue knight channeled dark mana into his blade, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that the Lady Knight barely dodged by a hair's breadth. Seeing her inhuman reflexes, the mercenary realized he was dealing with someone who had poured every bit of her training into pure speed. Lady Alice played right into his arrogance, mocking the massive power gap and claiming his strength was wasted on a novice like her. She called him a coward for using such overwhelming force, so he bragged about his dark patrons and the forbidden blade mastery he'd perfected in the Shadow Realm. Alice recognized the stance, a high-tier assassination skill, and just as she braced herself, the mercenary smirked and split into 2 identical copies. She was stunned. The traitor was certain. There was no way she was getting out of this one alive. Then, both phantoms charged at her simultaneously with lethal intent. It was a nightmare scenario. Alice evaded the first strike, but the second blade bit deep into her shoulder, drawing a cruel laugh from her opponent. He boasted that his twin shadows technique was the ultimate counter for anyone relying on agility, a true assassin's pride. Speed is a fine tool, he mocked, but it isn't invincibility, you're finished. He promised to slaughter her first, then hunt down her prince to become the kingdom's top mercenary. Alice looked back and saw Prince Arthur fighting for his life. She gritted her teeth, blood dripping from her armor. "Grow up," she hissed, her eyes burning with a new fire. She told him that landing a single lucky blow didn't make him a victor, and she had a sacred promise to keep that he couldn't even comprehend. Her sudden resolve caught him off guard, and he couldn't help but admire her grit. Alice proposed they settle it all in one final clash before the clock ran out. The mercenary agreed with a wicked grin, promising to show her the ultimate forbidden sword art of the underworld. The air grew cold as both warriors took their final stances, preparing for the collision that would decide everything. When the moment struck, the criminal lunged forward with his shadow clones again, certain that he'd already won the duel. But then, Alice smiled. She moved with such explosive velocity, she left an afterimage standing right where he aimed. Both clones were baffled. It was like she'd vanished into thin air using some kind of high-level concealment magic. He didn't expect a trump card. His skill duration hit 0, leaving him wide open, and that's when she appeared directly above him like an angel of death. She wasn't hiding. She was just too fast to track. Alice realized that in this world, mastery and precision are the only things that matter. Proficiency was the key. Dropping from the ceiling, she focused every ounce of her soul to evolve her piercing strike, forcing the skill to trigger twice in a single heartbeat. And then, silence. The man looked up just as she plummeted, trying to guard, but it was way too late. Blood sprayed across the stones as he gasped that her technique was flawed. Too bad for him. He was the one hitting the floor as a lifeless corpse while Alice stood over him, the true victor. She didn't celebrate for a second, panicking about her partner and rushing to find Arthur, only to stop dead in her tracks. His fight was already over. He'd won. Seeing her safe, the prince gave her that warm, heroic smile that made everything feel okay. Alice broke down, happy tears. For the first time in this hellish kingdom, she realized she wasn't alone. She'd found someone truly special. Someone unique who stood by her side. Someone who reminded her of the hope she'd lost. But the peace was shattered. The usurper's ring began to glow with a sickly light. Alice was feeling true joy for the first time in forever, as they ran toward each other in the aftermath. Seeing Arthur's energetic smile in the middle of this nightmare changed her. It reminded her that she deserved a life beyond the battlefield. But in the light of that smile, she saw something horrifying. The usurper's ring activated, and the traitor vanished from sight. She realized the prince she cherished was being stalked by a malevolent shadow he couldn't see. Silas reappeared right behind him. It was too fast. There was no time to shout a warning or push him away. She had only one choice. Gathering every bit of courage, Alice gripped her blade and threw herself into the path of the killing blow. Arthur was completely confused, thinking for a split second that his partner was turning her blade on him. He couldn't process it, but as she bypassed him, he spun around, and his heart stopped at the sight. Blood everywhere. Lord Silas and Alice had run each other through in a brutal, mutual impalement. Silas was stunned that she'd found him, but Alice whispered that his evil aura was so loud it was impossible to hide. Enraged, the villain tried to finish her off, but Arthur's gauntleted hand crushed the man's face into the dirt with pure, raw fury. Finally, the monster Silas had met his well-deserved end. But the cost was too high. Alice collapsed, and the prince caught her, desperately reaching for the rare elixirs he'd been saving. She stopped his hand. She looked him in the eyes and told him the truth. She was beyond the reach of any medicine now. Since the end was coming, she only had one last request. Just stay with me for a little while longer. Alistair collapsed, tears streaming down his face. He choked out that this nightmare never would have happened if he'd just finished off his enemy for good. But then, the brute actually stood back up. No one, and I mean no one, could have seen that coming. Lady Alina whispered that she didn't blame him. This was just her way of finally settling the debt. But Alistair, he just shook his head, insisting there was nothing to pay back and he only did what any decent man would do. She just smiled sadly. Saving a life wasn't what she was talking about to her. That was just something ordinary. Alistair stood there, totally lost. So she opened up about how hard it had always been for her to make real friends in the past. Then she was thrown into this twisted realm where she had nobody to lean on but herself. That's why she didn't regret taking the hit for him. She leaned in close to Alistair, and they shared one first and final kiss. She thought back to the time she told him she wanted to keep her honor and her values intact forever. Since she couldn't make it, she begged our hero to carry that dream forward for her sake. And with those final words, she let go. She gave him one last smile before slipping away, leaving Alistair absolutely shattered and in tears. A bit later, deep in the dark void, the Shadow Arbiter was calmly sipping tea when the victor approached. The demon just grinned. Alistair didn't say a word. Nothing, his eyes, completely hollow, just dead. The monster remarked on how exhausted the boy looked and casually offered him a seat. He started gloating about how it was the most spectacular finale he'd seen in ages. That's when Alistair realized this creep had watched the entire match, and he was actually pleased with that final kiss. The demon laughed, saying he'd skipped the boring bits and jumped straight to the 8th day of the trial. That was the breaking point. Alistair snapped, lunging forward with his claws inches from the demon's face. Even though the monster kept smiling, you could see the pure malice and anger flaring in his eyes. Alistair snarled at him to shut up, barking that they weren't there for his sick entertainment. He then asked the hero if he'd collected the Fallen's soul watch, specifically Alina's. But Alistair couldn't bring himself to answer. The Arbiter knew he'd hit a nerve. With a wicked grin, he mocked Alistair, saying no matter how much loot he gathered, this tough guy act was totally pathetic. He taunted the young knight for acting like a tragic hero from some play, warning him he'd pay for taking his partner's things. Our hero didn't even try to deny the charge. Instead, he pointed out that the demon's own twisted system was built on looting the dead. Taking a piece of the Fallen was the only thing left to do. He told the demon to stop acting like he understood anything about being human. After all, the monsters had pushed them to the brink, without even explaining the damn rules of the game. He spat back that the demon was the one who wasn't convincing. Stunned by the logic, the creature actually backed off and left. The Arbiter decided to overlook the boy's temper, impressed he could still argue while being so mentally drained. Alistair just stayed silent, so the demon moved on to the grand prize, tapping the mark on the hero's arm. A massive chest materialized out of thin air, leaving Alistair confused. Lord Malachar said he'd explain everything, starting with the final rankings. And just like that, he snapped his fingers. The demon admitted he was shocked. Way more monsters died in the 13th round than he ever anticipated. He reached out and tapped Alistair's soul watch. The hero's jaw dropped. Over 12,000 kills. He'd secured first place. Malachar told him not to hide his excitement. The reward, 1,000,000 points and 10 kilograms of ancient dragon bone. Alistair was completely speechless. The demon explained that these were the last physical remains of a true dragon. But hey, at the end of the day, they're just bones. Then he presented the real prize, the mysterious chest. The entity told him the paperwork was done and he just needed to open the random box. Alistair hesitated, still wary. Malachar clarified that this was a special gift reserved only for the top-ranked survivor. All he had to do was touch it and say, "Open." Even the demon claimed he had no clue what was inside, making Alistair fear a trap. But the demon promised the pranks were over. This box came directly from the High Lords above him. Alistair finally whispered the word, "Open." The magic seal shattered, the lid creaked back and revealed something very strange. Our hero stared at it, totally confused, but as he leaned in for a closer look, the Arbiter's face went pale with horror. It was an ultra-rare artifact known as Evil Feeling. Alistair demanded to know what it was. But the demon was too busy panicking. wondering why his masters would ever hand such a thing to a mere human. While he scrambled for answers, 𝒂𝒅 barked at the young man to raise his hands and command the world to awaken. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 couldn't see the point of these cryptic instructions. But Malphaz was insistent. Just do it. According to the enforcer, this was a soul core, something demons consume to evolve, but in human hands. It simply wakes the dormant demon within. Confused, our hero asked what exactly happens once it wakes up. The demon just smirked. Follow the steps, he said, and find out for yourself. After a moment's thought, the knight tried to stir the relic's spirit, but nothing. Absolutely nothing happened. Malphaz urged him to keep going. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 focused, reaching for that dark, cold feeling. And then the gem began to react. Suddenly, he felt something warm and fuzzy in his palms. A tiny, adorable creature had appeared out of thin air. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 was left blinking in confusion, while the demon lord stared, totally shocked by the shape of the boy's feelings. The little guy popped up so suddenly, it actually startled the knight. Explaining it had never seen a soul awakened like this before. Usually, they're just absorbed. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 was surprised the demon wasn't trying to steal such a rare prize. Malphaz just shrugged. He wasn't allowed to touch the winner's spoils, simple as that. He explained the furball, which needed a name, would obey 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅's every whim, though its true purpose remained a mystery even to him. With the ceremony finally over, the enforcer told him to clear out. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 asked if naming it was mandatory, and the annoyed demon snapped that it helps anchor the spirit to the physical world. After thinking it over for a second, 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 decided to leave with his new friend, Puff. The demon just stared. The name was so corny it actually weirded him out. But then he stopped. He wasn't done. Malphaz already knew exactly what the boy was going to demand. The kid wanted her body, his partner. Those hollow, grieving eyes were the only answer the demon needed. The enforcer laid out the rules. Everything left in the spire after the 10th day belongs to the demons, except the winner and his loot. To get what he wanted, the hero would have to trade, but the prizes he'd won, not enough. He could only offer what he actually possessed. The demon leaned in with a wicked grin. So, boy, what are you willing to give up for the body of your beloved? Moments later, our hero descended the stone steps. A cold, lifeless hand dangled as 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 carried Lady Alara's body. His eyes burned with pure hatred. He remembered the demon's reaction, how Malphaz had started with a chuckle before howling with laughter. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 vowed to wipe out the entire demon race, but when he finally does, he'll spare Malphaz exactly once, just once. The second time, there'd be no escaping death. The demon was stunned. The kid was offering mercy in the future, after becoming all-powerful, just for a corpse right now. When 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 nodded, dead serious, Malphaz was left completely speechless. He let out a dark smile, showing his true demonic form as he realized just how entertaining this human really was. Malphaz had met plenty of lunatics, but the sheer madness in this hero, he'd never seen anything like it. What really sold it was that the mad kid actually believed his own words. He was dead serious. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 demanded the body immediately. The demon scoffed. Truth wasn't enough, and he never trusted humans anyway. But that look in the hero's eyes, it was the look of someone destined for greatness. He told the boy to come back for him one day or be hunted down. Then, Malphaz drained his cup, tossed it aside, and laughed like a maniac. As he continued his long walk down, the grieving knight met the grand overseer, who praised him for outlasting every other noble in the great hunt. The overseer was delighted when 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 admitted it was the first time he was glad to see the creature, claiming all that suffering was just essential character building. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 wasn't having it. The demon chuckled, noting the boy hadn't lost his sharp tongue. Before glancing at the little spirit, he was amazed and awakened will that actually looked adorable. Its owner just wanted one thing, to go home. The blonde overseer was confused, so 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒅 explained he needed to give the lady some rest. The demon just sighed at such weak humanity. He warned him to stay low. the sole survivor of the hunt returning home, would cause a massive scandal. Alestair kept that in mind before vanishing into the night with incredible speed. The overseer was floored by that pace. He wondered if the boy had found a ring to kill his emotions, but quickly shook the thought away. Shortly after, Alestair stepped back into the chamber, leaving the overseer absolutely stunned. D finished the entire run in just 30 minutes, a new record. First things first. Our hero needed to know the true market value of every scrap of loot and every token he'd clawed out of that dungeon. Alestair warned the demon that unloading everything would take some serious time, considering the sheer volume. The vault keeper just waved him off, claiming he could handle the appraisal solo, until he actually looked at Alestair's haul. Pure shock. Aside from the standard rewards, Alestair had racked up a staggering 14,700,000 essence points. Our boy was speechless, but the demon was even more rattled. He'd never seen a human amass that kind of wealth in one go. No time for a victory lap, though. Alestair immediately asked about the 10 enchanted signets he'd found, and the demon moved in for a closer look. When the skill window popped up, Alestair's eyes widened. He now held 10 basic arts, ranging from fire magic to total immunity and even emotional manipulation. But the real game changers, the single-use trump cards like Weapon Shatter and Teleportation, spells even a rookie could use to turn the tide. He didn't overthink it. He equipped the 2 rare spells, learned the other 8, and spent the rest on every resistance skill in the shop. The overseer actually looked impressed. Finally, a human who knew how to spend his fortune wisely instead of just buying flashy toys. Just like that, those 10 new skills were permanently etched into Alestair's growing arsenal of power. The demon then processed the bulk purchase of defensive arts. In one massive surge, our hero gained layers of spiritual and physical resistance. The administrator explained the common mistake. Most rookies chase high-damage attacks, ignoring the pricey resistances that actually keep you alive. With his inventory sorted and his power peaking, it was time. Alestair moved to the most critical task on his list, trusting his master's guidance completely. He looked at the demon and demanded the ancient worm bones be grafted into his own body. The overseer was visibly shaken. He leaned in, asking Alestair if he truly understood the sheer insanity of what he was requesting. But the young man didn't flinch. He confirmed it again. He wanted his human skeleton replaced by the bones of a dragon. The demon warned him that these bones were nearly impossible to control, and far too precious to just use as simple claw enhancements. "If you actually survive the procedure," the creature muttered, "you might finally get that terrifying strength you're hunting for." The vault keeper admitted he'd never performed a graft with bones this valuable before. He asked one last time if Alestair was absolutely sure. The chances of dying on the table were astronomical. Even so, Alestair looked him dead in the eye and gave the nod. He was ready. That earned a wicked grin from the demon. He prepped the operation instantly, making it clear, if Alestair died, it wasn't on him. Suddenly, Alestair's mark flared with heat. Sensing the danger, he shoved his companion Pip aside to keep the little guy safe. Then the ritual began. Alestair was hoisted into the air as thick veins began to bulge and throb across his hands, feet, and neck. The agony hit like a physical weight. He began coughing up thick, dark blood as the transformation took hold of his body. The demon watched with a twisted sense of amusement. He knew this would be pure torture and decided to see if this human's will could actually conquer the power of a dragon. The pain was endless, a literal nightmare. Alestair could feel every single muscle being torn apart and stitched back together. Blood began to leak from his eyes and mouth as his structure shattered. Every cough brought up more crimson, painting the floor as his body struggled not to reject the foreign bones. But inside that storm of pain, a single thought burned: survive. He refused to ever taste the bitterness of defeat again. He flashed back to his departure from the master's cottage. Alestair had apologized for the rush, but the old knight, Master Thorn, just told him to be safe. Thorn had noted how the fallen maiden, Ilara, had clearly become someone special to the young warrior. 𝒂𝒓𝒅 admitted she was his entire motivation. Once he claimed his rewards, he planned to give her a proper burial befitting a hero. Master Thorn sighed, seeing his student as both cursed and blessed by his own kindness, before asking how the run actually went. At first, 𝒂𝒓𝒅 struggled to put the scale of his success into words. It felt almost unreal. When he finally explained the haul, Thorn was floored. He hadn't expected this level of victory, though 𝒂𝒓𝒅 modestly insisted he had help. The old knight pointed out a major problem. Worm bones were far too heavy and complex for 𝒂𝒓𝒅 to use normally, and selling them in a small village was impossible. If he tried to sell them to a common administrator, he'd get cheated out of their true value. These bones were so legendary that even the wealthiest merchants in the capital would struggle to put a fair price on them. Thorn suddenly went quiet, and 𝒂𝒓𝒅 could feel the shift in the air. "Do you really want to become powerful that quickly?" the master asked. 𝒂𝒓𝒅 didn't hesitate. He told Thorn that his own weakness was the only reason Alara wasn't standing there with them. Seeing the fire in the boy's eyes, Thorn realized there was a way, a terrifyingly risky path to power that 𝒂𝒓𝒅 now held in his hands. It was a forbidden technique, used by a legendary figure who existed long before the tower's administrators ever arrived. Despite his own fears for his student's life, Thorn knew he couldn't keep the secret any longer. He had to tell him. The old knight gave him one last choice: accept this dance with death or walk away. Caleb didn't blink, his gaze fixed solely on the cold, lifeless form of his fallen love. He slammed his fist onto the heavy oak table, his voice raw with determination as he demanded the secret. He'd sacrifice everything for the power to bring her back. Sir 𝒂𝒓𝒅 simply nodded. He'd expected nothing less from the boy he'd raised. And so, the forbidden ritual was revealed. Fast forward to the present, and the tower's administrator was calling Caleb a complete fool for ignoring the warnings about this suicidal operation. He scoffed, claiming a mere rank 6 knight could never survive having dragon bones grafted to his soul. But then a notification screen flickered to life and left him speechless. Every resistance and recovery skill was hitting grade 6 in an instant. The overseer could only assume this was some freak reaction to the transplant. To him, this impossible surge was just a sign that the boy's body was being torn apart by the raw draconic energy. But then the realization hit. Caleb had planned this. He'd intentionally stockpiled every resistance skill in the kingdom before the surgery even began. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the chamber, Barnaby watched in silent agony, tears welling in his eyes. A full day had passed, and the results were defying every law of magic known to man. After 24 hours, his resistances had peaked at grade 1, but the real shocker: skill synthesis was actually triggering on its own. This allowed Caleb to pull off the impossible, fusing a dozen separate abilities into one singular, devastating power. It's a high-stakes gamble where high grades increase your luck, but a single failure could strip away everything you've ever learned. It's the kind of forbidden art that even the greatest mages would hesitate to use. Yet here was this boy, unconsciously rewriting his own destiny while trapped in a nightmare, with no plan but survival. The administrator stood there stunned, wondering if the previous lord of the tower had conveniently forgotten to mention how insane this kid was. Suddenly, the overseer's gaze fell on Barnaby, and his confusion turned to pure dread. He was absolutely baffled. The little creature was weaving some kind of ancient, dark enchantment that defied explanation. What the spirit was doing was beyond the realm of logic, yet it was clearly feeding into the agony of the bone-grafting ritual. As the administrator watched the terrifying connection between the shadow core and its master unfold, a new window popped up, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. The skill fusion had reached grade 3. That kind of power had never been seen in the history of the northern kingdoms. If Caleb survived this, he'd be a monster. 2 more hours ticked by, and every ability born from the fusion had already evolved to level 2. A legendary skill called Absolute Endurance was forged, shielding Caleb's broken body. 4 hours later, the boy finally began to claw his way back to consciousness. The administrator could only watch in awe as the little spirit finished its work. Finally, after 2 grueling hours, absolute endurance hit grade S. A shockwave of black energy erupted from Caleb as he finally collapsed onto the stone floor. The impact of his landing sent a massive tremor through the room, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. It was done. The dragon's marrow was officially part of him, marking the start of a bloody new chapter in Caleb Thorne's life. Once the room was empty, the administrator lit her silver pipe, a dark smirk playing on her lips. This was getting very interesting. Back at the hidden cottage, after a long trek through the moorland grass, Caleb finally made it back home. He thanked his lucky stars for those new stealth skills. They'd let him slip past the royal patrols without so much as a whisper. Sir Alistair, who had been dozing by the hearth, snapped his eyes open the moment his disciple stepped inside. The old master was visibly relieved to see the gamble had paid off, giving his student a real fighting chance at a future. Caleb just smiled, saying it was only natural with a teacher like him, before Alistair asked about the strange creature at his side. Caleb sighed, explaining that he hadn't had a chance to introduce his new friend after the chaos of the Great Hunt. But when the full story came out, the old knight looked like he'd seen a ghost. He couldn't believe his student was now the master of a sentient shadow core. Caleb was just as surprised his teacher even knew what it was. He explained it was his trophy for winning the hunt, a dormant marble that had awakened and taken this familiar shape. Sir Alistair stared in pure disbelief at the creature. A legendary wraith core coming to life and serving a human, and Caleb was talking about it like it was just another day at the office. The master wanted to hear it all, but he knew Caleb had a more pressing matter. The body of his beloved was still waiting on the table. He explained that he'd used every preservation spell in his arsenal to keep the rot away while Caleb was gone. He might be an old man with only one leg left, but his magic was still sharp enough to protect what mattered most. Caleb could barely find the words to thank him. He stepped forward and gently lifted Alara into his arms. "I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long," he whispered. When asked where she should rest, the young knight chose a quiet, hidden grove far from the world. His mentor simply nodded, asking for one last moment to say his own final farewell. Julian offered his sincere thanks to the man who had looked after his lady until the very end. But the old master just waved it off. No thanks were needed. So Julian gathered her up and walked into the shadows to bury his beloved just as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. He stood before a great oak, memories of the good old days flooding back. Funny enough, this very tree used to mark the boundary between their rival hunting grounds. With a heavy heart, our hero whispered an apology for all those times he'd crossed over into her territory back then. He apologized for leaving her in the cold earth, too, knowing that common graveyards only invited grave robbers. He made a solemn vow to move her to a place of honor once he had the power. Julian, a man of his word, promised her that with his growing strength, he'd be back for her sooner than she thought. He showed her his new steel claws, proud that he'd finally upgraded them to grade 1. They were sharper and more lethal than anything he'd ever wielded. He remembered how she used to tease him, claiming he'd stolen the design from some old theater play, and just like that, the tears started falling. But he wiped them away fast. He told her he'd be okay, that he still carried every word she ever said right here in his heart. Our hero was locked in. He wouldn't rest until he fulfilled their pact to strike down the archdemon before he finally returned to her side. And so he bid her goodbye until they met again, beckoning his little spirit wisp to follow. But the creature paused, catching sight of the girl's ghost sitting quietly nearby. The spirit gave a small wave of its own, and with that, the dark, lingering energy of the shadow realm began to trail behind its master once more. A soft smile touched her lips. Even in death, she only wanted her partner to find a reason to smile again. As he trekked through the dense woods, Julian couldn't stop thinking about the ritual, the sheer brutality of the process. The pain had been so intense he'd blacked out over and over, trapped in a void of pure agony. But through that madness, he saw her, always her, pushing him to keep fighting. The young knight claimed that her passing had given him a strange, new kind of courage. Seeing how she had faced every horror without flinching, he knew she was the one who truly deserved to slay the demon god. He just couldn't wrap his head around the fact that someone as vibrant as her was now gone. Right then and there, he declared that the crimes of the demon race were officially unforgivable. Later, arriving at the village of Oakhaven, the rules were made clear. Rent was 200,000 crowns a month, eviction was instant if you were a day late, and servants were available for a price. This was the warm welcome from Lady Isolde, the cold-hearted demon administrator in charge of the tower. She didn't waste a second before telling our hero to clear out and get moving. Julian just sighed, pointing out she was saying the exact same thing as yesterday. He asked if she had anything new to say, but all he got was that same icy stare. He couldn't help but think these tower admins had the worst personalities. I mean, isn't their whole job supposed to be helping people? Talk about zero hospitality. Still, Julian was just relieved the paperwork wasn't a total nightmare. He was officially a resident now, settling into his new life. But the weight of it hit him. As the only rookie survivor, he knew the noble houses who sponsored the others would be coming for his head. Ordinarily, first-year knights were forbidden from moving between villages. That's why he had to drop a fortune to buy a colonist advance, basically faking the status of a second-year veteran just to get in. It was a massive hit to his coin purse, but Julian knew it was worth the risk for the freedom it gave him. The modest little house he bought actually cost more than his childhood home, but it would serve as his new fortress. Our hero had officially returned. He wanted only the best for his master, so he'd gone out and hired Barnaby, an incredibly expensive caretaker, so he could go on long hunts without a single worry. He told the man to drop the titles, though, just call him Julian. Now, Barnaby might look like a regular brute, but he's actually from a noble line of orcs and takes his duties very seriously. Just then, the old master called out his student for relying too much on that dark shadow energy. He snapped that he didn't need a babysitter and that Julian should be focusing on his training. Poor Barnaby stood there feeling like he was about as useful as a blunt sword. The teacher tried to soften the blow, but Julian wasn't backing down from the argument. He explained that knowing his mentor was safe and fed was the only way he could focus on evolving his skills with a clear head. Faced with that kind of logic, the old man really didn't have much of a choice but to give in. Julian reassured him, explaining that he was finally strong enough that spending a few crowns on his teacher's comfort wouldn't break the bank. The master looked at him then, realizing just how much his student had changed. He told the orc and the magic wisp to go play in the garden so they could speak privately. He admitted he'd expected Julian to reach rank 6, which was impressive enough on its own. But seeing him shatter past rank 6 was a total shock. The master explained that the bone transplant ritual had granted him terrifying strength. Honestly, it wasn't surprising that some strange phenomena occurred during such a dangerous operation. Like the fact that Julian somehow manifested a rare resistance skill while he was completely unconscious. The young man admitted he was just as baffled, figuring it must have been some kind of deep-seated survival instinct kicking in. The master was blunt about it. Reaching level 4 total resistance was a feat unheard of across the entire kingdom. It was the kind of power you just couldn't forge on your own. When asked what his next move was, Arthur didn't hesitate. He already had one very specific, very dangerous destination in mind. Seeing that spark in his student's eyes, the master just smiled and told him to give it his all once he arrived. Then, night fell over the academy. Arthur lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling. It felt strange sleeping alone after spending so long in that cramped cabin with the old one-armed knight. But as he lay there, he reached for the small butterfly pin he'd once given to his lost Elinor, thinking about how beautiful it always looked on her. He'd almost left it behind when she passed, but he took it back, whispering for Elinor not to be angry, promising he'd return it to her one day. That promise was his North Star. He was determined to see this through to the very end, no matter the cost. 2 days later, Arthur was a speck in the distance, trekking through the blistering heat of the great barren wastes. Finally, he stopped. He pulled back his dusty hood, staring up at the massive stone walls of the sunken citadel, half buried beneath the towering dunes. He felt a familiar jiggle in his bag and realized little Pip wanted to come out, even with the sun beating down like a furnace. But it wasn't a big deal. A high-tier companion like Pip was tough enough to handle a little desert heat without breaking a sweat. Arthur looked at the massive, sand-choked fortress. It had a nasty reputation because the monsters inside. They didn't drop a single coin of loot. Earning points here was a nightmare, and even the High Mage Council considered this place cursed ground. There were no easy wins in these ruins. Still, Arthur had a very good reason for standing in the shadow of this death trap. He focused his energy, light swirling in his palm until, bam, the soul-forged blade materialized in his grip. Now, for a guy who usually specialized in crafting shields. This sword was surprisingly efficient, even if it wasn't forged from ancient dragon steel. He knew the monsters inside, the undead legion, were all master swordsmen before they fell. Individually, those skeletal troops were brittle and physically weak. But their sword skills, absolutely legendary. Arthur was here to clash with the best and steal their techniques through pure combat. He needed to reach the next level. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made to Aliner, and he was going to keep it.